Gagana Sabhava Bishude
Maneja Bizaya Pareshade Sahasa Remesa Zodede Sarvata Dakata Avalogene Jana Paramida Pare Purane Sarvata Dakata Made Dashapame Pradede Sarvata Dakata Hridaya Adhishtana Made Made Ma Made Bazakaya Samadana Pareshade Sarvakarma Avarana Bishude Pradene Vadaya Mama Ayo Bishude Sarvata Dakata Samaya Adhishtana Adhishtade Om Mane Mane Ma Mane Be Mane Ma Be Mane Made Made Ma Made Mamade Zumade Tadada Buddha Kode Pareshade Bevushna Buddha Shude Hen Zaya Zaya Bizaya Samara Samara Sapara 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 Sarva Buddha Adhishtana Shude Shude Buddha Buddha Bize Bize Ma Bize Su Bize Bize Karbe Zaya Karbe Bizaya Karbe Bize Zora Karbe Bize Baya Bize Sambaya Bize Bize Ne Bize Baya Mama Shude Ram Sarva Sada Neza Kara Pareshade Bayendo Mesada Sada Kada Pareshade Za Sarva Tadaka Mam Sarva Sada Za Samasha Savendo Bonde Bonde Se De Se Bonde Bonde Bevada Bevada Moza Moza Bemoza Bemoza Joda Joda Bijode Samenda Moza Moza Samenda Remember Shude Sarva Tadaka Hridaya Adhishtana Adhishtade Made Made Ma Made Ma Madra Meda Bade Sova Om Dram Sova Om Amidaya Dade Sova Om Amide Amido Pave Amida Beginde Amida Kade Amida Kamine Amida Ayudade Gagana Gide Karva Sarva Kishaya Kare So Bande Zave Lama Remparo Cheta Je Jevara Bemende Gane Chambo Gane Zeso Degozo Danye Gandon Zando So Ala Lande Leyendenda Lendenda Ravanze Palambara Zale Dengande Zezum Berom Pashi Pandanje Bandon Gerobayema Oge Zeyen Domba Gwentala Dengozolana Gawa Shenge Nezase Lejan Den Donjone Nezane Zende Josen Dembara Gendele Benzo Denye Jove Pangedan Cheve Kalanden Donja La joy de ne de langue Pameyo jodo langue Saga je de na yare De ra joy de ne ngadraje Tenere Gende Jevele Bane de Jogyo Dala Gwecha Salazo de Jenda Jembo Shomave Wanjo Kalave Meze Bade bezoje tamaje genye basade jeba mela gweja sagene de bezo kanyeshi do dere jeye do zemze Dagame Domso kene doba na deya dona nyamso. Tena kene denjen den dozen jado gyurba. Yende mena dada ne yewa nyena yende. Yende jenge jena je yende taba jena. Mando dabe lazawa jade doze jena. Lada dabe kena la debe mendo jeba. Zegen zebe dada la laja jela jaza. Dana doze mendo be zezen jela japsu. Jadra vejan jejen de lambra jejan meje. Kaje keden de naje nadra zana jema. Galwa eme neme ngatema mela deba. Nambra dana tsensa wa jela kanje lendun. Jebe kone mende kade kone jema. Kalde chozo lanjara tebra ngeja mege. Dolove meze namdra la naje yende ledan. Chava jaze lande bande da kona delat. Debe kone tamzo je tsege de jiro danyo. Sela jebe jena dan seye ngada sebra. Danye jebo lede gyatso ye yende. Medo gyumbe belwal. Swana doba kaye deye da sezo lame goba dobra. Dendra dede bale gwangaye gyatse jebe dela kanye. Loza de la lamenduje, Eje zebe jela jombra shu, Sebe deje dawa daje yende jazo jela jodu. Kanye wamba nyevra nyemba ye, Wamba damba damba zemba. Lada mawe zege drama wandowe lame shala jaza. Chose pande zege gyatso ye nadra medo gobe gyova. Kene jambe jajala nabra jemba daji. Yanda jendo denze jantanze jemba mazra. Kaje bonzo meze andana jede jome. Deze kwana maze de toda jela jaza. Kege tsede de la jota de yeje kazum. De la jeba jeve jajeda dobra kalme. Naze tsena lembanje tsoye kurdo chekiro. Deye mela chekunye denye zemba gela. Yeje zebe zenze la yangze namba denda. Lembra jambe genwa de ramjo nyendo ngondo. De la doye nada ye loya de zo mejo. Deze zambo dande amba de gela de jaz. Gaje doye la jaje dala namra gebe. Keje zola nyede je cheje ngando maje. Denye jena gege do namra namba gobe. Yeba nabye nabgondo kaba gela jaza. Temba kaye jana yang gege dene mena. Yebra zona dene jende de namla deje. Yeda kona dezo ben kezo tomba kona. Kalavendeya lezebe wangyuran jala jaza Yegen dola yegen don jeba namla jenda Joze nala joze jo jode nala jegen Ganje pengo doze ye nyara bela dende Tenze jada madonde ganje jala jaza Yege leje zenge la da domba renji Tenze wangbo nyendo je gyawa yega dombra Dele gege nado la debe zomba mezi Koma deya geje na kone donde geja Domzo gene dempa na deya gana nyaso Tena gene renje de zoze jedo gyurpa Yende mela doda ne gewa nyena yende Yende jenge gena manje yende naba nyena Mando tebe lozo wa chade dozo gena Lodo dobe gena la debe mendo gebra Zeze zebe doda wa lozo gena jaza Dona doze mendo be zeze gena gyatso Jendra vega genge de lwembra gyenya menge Kanje kede de daje nadra zana jema Galavara vime nome antema melandeba Nabra dala jazawa jela kanje lelo Teve kone mede de kade kone jema Kalde chozo langyo na deba gyenya mebe Doya meje nadala nage yende lena Namba jaze la demba dena kona dena Debe kone dazo ye tsepye devjiro danyo Sera jembe gena da zege ngada zepras Danye cembo lode gyatso ye yende medo gyube belwal Sona doba ga yende yenda sezo lame koba dobra Dedra dede balde konga ye gyatse gebe dela ga ye Lozara dela lame doje Yeje zebe jala jobara shu Oma ho lada lame jebe ye shaje bemo lado Pomba gole doze ma dama yamla cheba Sibin Dijin Dawa Dajin Zi Yendin Gyatso Chenyang Chudung Bong Kanye Wangbo Nyevra Nyebo Wangbo Daba Dombra Zemba Gyalada Baye Cheje Denga Dobe Lame Shala Gyatso Cheze Bande Cheje Gyatso Ye Nada Mendo Kobe Gyawra Kene Jambe Shechala Nabra Kemba Daji Yanda Zendo Denze Shenda Ze Kemba Kwazra Gaji Benzo Meze Ngandela Jeden Jemi Denze Konra Mazende Dada Gela Jazal Kege Zeden Dela Gyo Tade Yeje Ganso Dela Gebra Jeve Gyan Choda Deba Galame Naze Zena Lebam Ge Tsunge Kodo Chegiro Deye Mela Chegenge Denye Zemba Gela Yeje Zembe Zendela Yangze Namba Denda Lembra Jambe Gewa De Ramja Nyedo Wando De La Doge Dada Ye La Ya Dezo Mezo Deje Zambo Dande Mba Deve Gela Deja Gaje Doge La Jaje Dala Nambra Ngebe Kege Zola Gede Je Jeje Galdo Maji Denye Jena Gege Do Nambra Namba Kovet Keba Namye Namgo Do Ngaba Kela Jazal Timba Kaya Jana Yang Gege Dele Mendash Nyambra Zola Dele Je Dele Nala Deje Dada Kona Lezo Be Kezo Doba Kona Karve Deya Leze Be Wajra Jala Jaza Yege Dala Yege Da Jeba Namla Zeda Choje Nala Zoje Jo Zode Namla Chenyang Kaje Beka Doje Ye Nyevra Bela Dende Denze Gyada Madu De Kweje Gyala Jaza Kyeje Neje Zenge Da Nada Noba Reje Denze Wamba Nyedo Je Gyawa Ye Gyadomra Dele Gege Nada Nandebe Zoba Meje Koma Deya Gege Na Gane Donde Geja Domzo Gene Domba Nandeya Dona Nyamzo Dena Gene Renjende Zoje Zendo Girba Yede Mela Dodane Gewa Gena Yende Yende Zenge Gena Ge Yende Ngaba Gela Manda Debe Lazawa Chade Dozo Gena Lode Dobe Gena Debe Gena Gebra Zeze Zembe Dodana Loza Gela Jaza Dona Doze Mendobe Zeze Gela Gyatso Zedra Vega Genge De Lembra Genya Menge Kanye Gede De Laje Nandra Zana Jema Galvara Vime Nabe Nga Dema Mena Dema Nambra Dana Zezawa Gela Kanye Leno Jeleve Kone Mende De Gade Kone Jema Kalde Jezu Legiro Nandebe Gejra Mebe Doya Meze Nadala Nage Yende Lena Rabba Gyatso Lade Bandana Kanandela Deme Gane Dabzo Gen Semgen Dejiran Danyo Zela Jebe Kenadan Seye Gada Sepra Tanye Jembo Lade Gyatso Yende Meda Gobe Belwa Sena Lola Kaya Deye No Sezo Lame Goba Dobra Dedra Dede Bade Gogaye Gyatsen Jeben De La Kanye Rosa De La Lame Doje Yeje Zebe Jelan Jopara Sheja Gwela Lejan Daje Kenang Lave Zeze Zomba Debe Kuraje Rindo Jawambo Chole Nanja Zambo Shabla Dene Zonde Jule Gwendo Yode Sheven Damje Kave Loga Jada Bumba Zambo De Gwende Gwejan Narbo De La Namra Zonye Renje Ledoje Namdam
Yende Azowa
Nama Shere Shere Velaje Namje Guje Lembon De La Leje Vege Sura Betraje Leme Azaje Beko Gwenje Leje Jengura Daja Kalaja Lezo Dembe Nyema Dela Rabja Jeja Kala Tomeje Rabdo Tseve Vezre Bomda Rada Dade Maba Zabze Ba Ramkara Doje Dawa Dela Jeje Mala Jede Mezo Jenye Zode Mede Dela Ledo Bendo Ban Jedra Debe Dendo Dela Kaya Bada Mebe Dowa Ganda Zambe Zamje Dambe Gaje Kurve Gyatso Nenge Gaje Ledo Demba Delando Gazo Nave Kondo Chatsra Raja Yenge Kweza Jebe Raja Jebe Nyegro Sosroja Geba Gewa Kwela Jeye Rezo Nave Chancho Tomje Tezo Jege Kolo Korwa Sezo Semje Kondo Tasho Zon Tezo Gewa Chancho Jembo Nyama Bebe Nenda Domba Ne Yeje Nyamga Jawe Ngami Mendo Dembo Njembe Menzo Zun Tamze Zojin Dombra Jinge Lenje Zamya Nyinga Dachun De Geje Menda Jawana Zon Dabra Mendo Ba Tseche Ngela Zombra Jinge Lende Zozo Nyembra Sheche Ngede Langdro Zojin Jembo Dongla Raje Zeve Benzola Nyejo Dine Gebra Jinge Tame Korbe Gyatso Jemboro Sume Dongla Juze Geze Gome Nyeme Dolwa Denala Seme Nyeje Gebra Jinge Tome Done Lenje Manamye Pame Nenye Dongla Dame Tome Dalo Nenye Kundove Lame Asa Jembra Jinge Time Veze Leda Remba Dame Jala Domba Menyos Tome Zambe Dodo Lejone Yame Nelo Gombra Jinge Damze Dage Daya Meya Je Demne Sheya Sheja Kala Dome Dowa Ingwenye Kando Wamba Cheje Lu Nge wa gundo yanda lama dan dame chegyan pala lon sada lamje yende ramzo ne dorje chan gomba nyurdo ju genaman denje sowa dambe nazo ganda nebe sachu nede waba damze jewa cheta laje bewaran zedo isu Om Benzra Bame Awa Shi Yang Damba Wanje Serge Sashi Om Benzra Renge Awa Shi Jare Kurayo Ye Kurayo Veso Re Jambare Rai Shalem Bambo Lom Zambale No Balanje Chadame le da le ba ngaya da ngaya je yende da lam jodo da me nyen da me nyen je le bro je de wo ba zan je je de je wa ma me ba ye lo do ko lo re bro je nar ba re bro je Zamare braje, lambare braje, lambare braje, dajare braje, mabere braje, dere chambaye bomba, devama, lema, garama, dobema, medoma, nasrama, indijama, nyema. Rembraje do chole namra jave gyatso lada me bajra bazo zoba mazawa me ba denye dezo zanje damje yengo zome bande lama dambe shaman deba chembo dambe jege kare zama jeve yendo vraje Dove dendo Gesù, Shene Chenge la dozu, Nganje Chende, Shenga Gyatso, Gyatso Denye, Nazo Chebe Demo. No Bode Sando Sambadewa Ratna Mandala Banzamik Samanda Sambarana Samaye.
I must attain perfect enlightenment for the benefit of countless sentient beings who are as vast as the limit of the space. For that purpose, I listen to the profound Mahayana teachings with correct intention and by observing the correct conduct. The correct conduct is stated in Vakya Yukti as follows. Sit on a low seat and look up to the teacher with a delightful heart in a good gaze, in drinking the nectar of blessed words, just like a patient listens to the prescription given by the doctor. Regarding the correct attitude, Jataka Mala says arrogance, lack of faith, distraction, close-mindedness, dullness, and sadness are the 6 impediments in listening to the teachings. Thus avoid the 3 faults of a vessel and listen with correct and respectful conduct. The subject is the sacred teaching Lamde path with its result. It is the sole path traversed by the older Tathagatas of all times. It is the extracted essence of the meaning of all sutra and tantras, which contains all the Buddha's teachings. It reflects the thought and profound views of Mahasiddha Virupa. It is the gateway entered by the wise. It is the lamp clarifying all sutras and tantra. It challenges those who lack merit to comprehend, but it is the stairway to reach the city of nirvana for those who are ready to embark. Its nature is the meditative state of emptiness, which is an excellent. It is the instruction of the result with path, the instruction that knows many by knowing one. It transforms all faults into qualities, it changes obstacles into attainments, removes hindrances of meditation by recognizing the meditative absorptions. It allays mischief caused by maras by recognizing the obstacles. It transforms all faults into qualities. It comprehends the unmistaken reality of the 3 higher trainings, that is like the elixir that transforms all base metals into gold, and the instruction of the root text, Vajra sentence, which is like the wish-fulfilling gem. These are the 11 characteristics of the subject of the teachings of the precious Lamde. This has 3 parts: the history, how to teach, study, and how to benefit others. The history is divided into general spirit of Dharma, general and special spirit of the 9 cycles of the path, and spirit of the sacred and precious Lamde teaching. All of these have been covered already in the previous teachings. How how to teach has three subdivisions. The subject, what is used to teach, and how to teach. It uses two methods of 4 authenticities and 4 oral transmission. The first has the nature of authenticity, fixed number, and their sequence. The sequence are 4: sequence of how it is taught in the tantras, sequence of historical occurrence, sequence of practicing them, and the sequence of developing one's own experience based on the practices. Teaching 4 great instructions or specific pillars of the treatise with experience will be generated has 4 subdivisions. Guiding according to the treatise as it is, guiding with 6 crucial points of instructions, guiding with 11 instructions, guiding according to the individual's level of intelligence. Here it is guiding according to the level of different intelligence of the disciples. This has 3. First, establish foundation of the path through the practice of 3 perception. It will be then understood the 3 continuum. This means that the first is taught according to the common vehicle of them. This is to be first do the refuge and then do supplication, doing the man-specific meditation, concluding with dedication matter. The first has already covered. The actual topic has 3: teaching on the impure perception to arouse renunciation, teaching on the experience of perception to arouse genuine devotion, and teaching on pure perception to arouse delightful joy. The first, thinking of the suffering to produce sadness, thinking of suffering of change to renounce attachment, thinking of suffering of all pervasive conditioning, desire to be liberated from samsara. Concerning the second main topic, the 3 perception on experiential perception arouse genuine devotion. For the yogis have experiential perception. Through this one, we'll develop common experiences based on the common vehicle teachings and extraordinary experience on the Vajrayana methods. So for this, one has to meditation on loving kindness to benefit others, to make compassion to remove their suffering, meditate bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of others. This is revision of yesterday's teaching. First is to loving kindness meditation to benefit others, attain enlightenment and peace for oneself while ignoring one's own mother sentient beings from the beginner's time. Watch them drown in the water. Enjoying oneself in dry land is a shame for oneself, cause of embarrassment. So therefore, ignoring them in samsara is great sadness. Therefore, one should sincerely strive to offer loving kindness to sentient beings in the same manner as a mother do to their children. Nature loving kindness is wishing to bring happiness to and their cause to the sake of sentient beings as the object. Since the cause of happiness is that which is concordant to bring pleasure and happiness to both body and mind by making the 3 doors to perform wholesome action, loving kindness is an immeasurable thought which has the form of causing sentient beings to be met with the cause of happiness and their effects. To do meditation on this, there are 3 parts. Firstly, do meditate loved ones, as it is easier to give loving kindness to. Second, do meditation on enemies, as it is harder to do. Finally, to do that with all sentient beings. First, to do meditation with loved ones, as it is easier to give love. This has 3 subdivisions. Meditation on the mother, then integrating that with the relatives, and then applying that with all commoners. First, the meditation on loving kindness on the mother. So the thinking of the mother, remembering her kindness, wishing to repay her. For thinking of this, whether your mother is alive or not, visualize her very clearly in front of your mind and say, this is my mother, this is my kind old mother, and so on. Try to arouse affection to her. And then think of remembering her kindness. Kindness giving body, kindness teaching everything what we know, kindness of facing many hardships and sacrificing all her well-being. Kindness giving the body and life is enormous. She carried out herself in her womb for 9 to 10 months. She relied food and conducted according to my needs and gave up all those that are harmful for my needs. She generated and gave me this body, therefore remember the kindness of giving this body. As one is born, I was helpless and was unable to feed food by hand. Verbally, I was unable to communicate. Mentally, I didn't know what to adopt or reject, like a worm. There, instead of letting me perish, she rendered me with tender loving kindness in her thought, looked at me with kind eyes, called me by sweet name, kept my delicate body warm by touching her warmth of her own body, fed me with her warm breast milk, protected me from the dangers of three fire, water, and falls, guarded me from the harmfulness of heat and cold. She dared not to be apart me from even for a moment, looked after me with tender love and care. She indeed is my kind mother. Thus think of this. Kindness of teaching what we adopt and what to abandon. She taught me everything we know to eat and drink. Sorry, there's a big sound problem. I can't hear nothing. Anyway, you have got the book, so please follow whatever you can. Now think of the kindness of father and other relatives to whom one has strong relation in proper sequence. Remember each of their kindness given in this life, acknowledge them. They have been kind to me and have benefited me in not only this and other lives again and again, protect me from harm as a role of father. Thus thinking of their loving kindness generate a wish to repay their kindness and apply that also with to all other commoners. Think of that all common folks in our village, or neighbors, others with whom one has social connection with food and material possession, and acknowledge how they too have benefited in a particular way to benefit and think they too are kind parents in our past lives. Due to the change of life and death, we could not recognize them. Likewise, extend this to meditation on enemies who's harder to do. Sentient beings have happiness, cause of happiness. Do the rest as above, applying those four tools. Sometimes do the meditation as above by going through each of the 6 realms separately or different denominations, starting with the hell realms all the way to God realms in steps, thinking may all mother sentient beings in the hells have happiness and cause of happiness. May they be met with happiness and cause of happiness. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas enable them to find happiness and cause of happiness. I must do so whatever I can to make them have happiness and cause of happiness, and so on. Concerning the benefit of doing meditation, loving kindness, it said that a sutra that doing meditation, loving kindness for sentient beings, even for a short moment, is far more meritorious than making regular daily offerings to the Buddhas with immeasurable varieties of offering materials, which fill tens of millions of the Buddha realms. Do the meditation of compassion to remove others' suffering. This has 3 types of compassion, including the first one that is directed to sentient beings, compassion directed to sentient beings. It is wishing to remove suffering from sentient beings and its object, and if sentient beings who are inflicted by suffering. The suffering torments both physically and mentally in a pitiful state, and the sufferings are caused by their own unwholesome deeds created by their own 3 doors. How should one do the meditation, compassion? Use the mother as an object. First think of her kindness, and by serving as a devoted mother for many lifetimes, so forth as before, and think thus: this is my kind mother. She has been constantly doing many things, all for my well-being, again and again. Let herself wander in samsara. What a pity that she had to endure numerous difficulties without choice and was inflicted with many sufferings for so long. I should repay kindness with kind acts and her beneficial acts by offering a reward. What will I need to do that will help her? Directly, it will help her to become free of suffering, and indirectly, it will help her if she becomes free of the habit of unwholesome actions, which are the actual causes of her own suffering. But at present, the opposite is the case, in the sense she's indirectly enduring sufferings and directly indulging in the severe form of habits of her own unwholesome action, which causes her own suffering. What a pity! How wonderful it would be if this mother were free from suffering and become to become free from the sufferings. May all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless me to be free from suffering and the cause of sufferings. In this way, do the meditation on compassion with loving kindness as explained. Likewise, apply meditation with father, relatives, and all near and far and neutral sentient beings by feeling empathy for all. It would be good if they become free from suffering and the cause of suffering, but yet they are totally blinded by their own karma and affliction, not knowing how to recognize them as the cause and instead laying blame on things external to them. How wonderful it will be if all the sentient beings get to know the true cause of suffering and the suffering, and know how to stop them by themselves, uprooting their own afflictions. Since I lack the power or ability to remove her suffering and the cause of suffering, may the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless her to be free from suffering and the cause of suffering by enabling her to know what the real cause of true sufferings are, and thus make prayer, determination, supplication, and a prayer to the Gurus that this may happen. One should develop a great sense of pity and compassion to all sentient beings. It is important that I make this strong resolution to free them from suffering, the cause of suffering. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and Gurus know the true cause of happiness of all sentient beings are their own karma and affliction. May they empower, they bless them to know this. Each and every sentient beings have been so kind and removed my sufferings in the past, yet they are not able to do that themselves in these plightful situations. May they be free from suffering, cause of suffering. So in this way, try to develop a strong sense of concern and empathy to free them from suffering and the cause of suffering towards all sentient beings in stages. Thus do the meditation and compassion for each group of sentient beings with wish, prayer, supplication, and dedication as explained before. Due to the sway of heavy negative karma, all of us has mutually failed to recognize, but instead have laid blame on each other, have reacted, overreacted, and hence made things worse. How wonderful if we beings come to their senses to know that this needs to be reversed. Also, then direct to do the compassion direct phenomena. Sentient beings are suffering because they are obscured by ignorance. How wonderful it would be if sentient beings became free of ignorance, the true cause of suffering. Likewise, compassion without object. All phenomena do not really truly exist in their own nature, including the very sufferings they are quarreling with. Failing to realize this, they grasp things as real, including themselves, the causes, the suffering. Consequently, that confusion has perpetually created the suffering. What a pity. One should think this and meditate. How wonderful it would be if all suffering, the causes of naturally non-existing sentient beings, become extinct. So clearly visualize one's mother in front of oneself, her face, her appearance, her affection that she's given to you. He's always repeating it again on yesterday's topic. So if you want to go back, she taught me everything, how to walk, how to adopt the good, adopt the bad. Everything I know, everything I have, everything I am is a result of her kindness. She faced many hardships totally selflessly. She gave everything to me that she never dared to use even for oneself. She taught me everything for me to how to communicate, how to think. Instead of letting me perish, she rendered me with loving kindness. With a thought, looked at me with kind eyes, called me by sweet names, kept my delicate body with her warmth of food, protect me from all dangers, from all fire, water, and all. She guarded me from all difficulties. She's indeed the very kind mother. My mother is kind, old mother. Likewise, Father and all sentient beings, instead of, though not being in the role of mother in this life, but in past life, they too have been my mothers. They have also been fed to me, protect me, gave everything, taught me everything. Just like this present mother, it's only due to change of our life and death, we do not mutually recognize each other. But otherwise, the number of kindness that I've been rendered with is the same as this present life's mother. So it's due to the mutual karma and affliction we have failed to recognize each other's kindness, but instead they manifest as a neutral or some stranger or a father or other brother or someone towards whom one doesn't feel nothing. But this is incorrect. This is improper, and I should instead remember these are unrecognized mother from past lives, and I should therefore learn to treat them with great compassion without treating them with contempt. In this way, one should learn to think of each and every one of their well-being, and how wonderful it will be if all mother saints will have happiness, cause of happiness. With sincere thought, I will establish them in the state of happiness. With prayer, may they become happy and have the cause of happiness, and may this become a reality. Do meditation, either of these three, according to one's preference. Finally, think I do not have the power to establish my mother to have happiness, a cause of happiness. Who has the power? The Guru and Triple Gem possess the power. Just as a handicapped mother sees her child drowned in the water, will fall, call for a rescuer, and then will supplicate, the Guru and Three Jewels should know, so that my mother have happiness and cause of happiness. If one meditate in this way, one will grow strong, unconditional loving kindness towards one's mother. In this way, you should learn to integrate this loving kindness feeling towards all sentient beings, such as your father and other relatives and other siblings and so on. They all have been kind to yourself and have been benefited in many lifetimes again and again and protect us from harm. Their role as parents. Thus think of their loving kindness and generate the wish to repay their kindness as much as you have with your actual mother. Try to then apply that with all common people, neighbors, friends, and alike, in whatever social connection you may have. Second is meditating on loving kindness to one's enemies, who is harder to develop loving kindness to. Think of the enemies in one's mind who have harmed oneself, those who have caused some obstacles and problem to oneself. Although they were my mother from many lifetimes, have rendered loving kindness, protect me from harm. But due to my failure to repay the kindness and reward them with benefit in the past, they have been forced to follow to claim the unpaid debts, and have indeed considered them as my enemy, as a demon, which is wrong. Because of the obscuration of action afflictions due to the transfer of life and death, rebirth, we have both mutually failed to recognize each other, mistakenly perceive harmer and harmed, and have become deluded by the power of mutual anger, losing their freedom and engaged in mutually doing harmful things, and have become distant unnecessarily. But in reality, we are as close as parents are to the children. As the Virupa said, although these harm causes are my mother and help me again and again in the past, losing the freedom as a mad person, unwholesome action have brought Avicii hell. Therefore, I should not mistreat them or disregard them as some nobody, but they are all unrecognized lives, mothers from past lives. Therefore, develop the very strong yearning to develop loving kindness to all one's kind, old, frail, unrecognized mother sentient beings who are limitless. There's not a single one of those sentient beings who have not been our mother. Therefore, furthermore, they have been parents many times, not just once, rendered us much love and benefit, protected me from harm and danger. Meditating loving kindness is considered a short moment, is far more meritorious than making regular daily offerings to the Buddhas with immeasurable varieties of offering materials, which fill tens of millions of Buddhas. Then do the meditation compassion to remove others' suffering. That is a compassion directed to sentient beings. It is wishing to remove suffering from sentient beings, and its object if sentient beings are inflicted by suffering. The suffering torments both physically and mentally in a pitiful state, and the sufferings are caused by unwholesome deeds created by the three doors. How should one do the meditation on compassion, using the mother as an object? First, think of her kindness by serving as a devoted mother for many lifetimes, so forth, and before, and think thus. While thinking of your mother, think how she constantly did many things, all for your well-being again and again, and let herself wander in samsara. What a pity she had to endure numerous difficulties with her choice, was inflicted with many sufferings for so long. I should repay kindness with kind acts and with beneficial acts by offering a reward. In this way, now then integrate these with Father and all other sentient beings, wishing them to be free from suffering and a cause of suffering. How wonderful it would be if I could be any influence for them to be free from suffering and cause of suffering. May I make it happen. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless them to be free from suffering, a cause of suffering. Whatever little harm they appear to be doing is a more object of pity and compassion than an object of enmity. This is how you should meditate, on turning ill will into goodwill. Replace resentment with compassion. They are not recognized and appear them as harmful because they are all pushed by the mutual karmic unresolved issues from the past. They are completely swayed by the afflictions and obscuration. They have been forced by the karmic winds to cause these things, which they do not know. They're doing what they're doing. So they do not have any power over them. They are totally under the addiction of their afflictions. With this understanding, one should not retaliate with anger, or violence with violence, abuse with abuse, but treat them with kindness and compassion. Second is sentient beings are suffering because they are obscured by ignorance. So that's called compassion directed to nature of the phenomena of suffering. Their suffering is completely lack of power or control. They are not dependent. They're not independent to be free from suffering because they're ignorant. They don't know it's the ignorance that is causing their suffering, the ignorance of ignorance. How wonderful it would be if all sentients become free of ignorance, the cause of suffering. With this, then, one extend compassion without object, all phenomena. That concludes revision of yesterday's teachings. So today's teaching now starts on meditation of bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all the sentient beings. This has three parts. Doing meditation on aspirational bodhicitta by cherishing to attain fruit for the sake of others. 2, doing meditation on engaging bodhicitta to train on the path to attain the fruit, and doing meditation on ultimate bodhicitta, on the unity of calm, abiding meditation and special insight. For this, as usual, you first adopt the right motivation and conduct. You first do the refuge, supplication. We have already completed the teaching on the impure perception. Now, to arouse a genuine devotion, we have to do the experiential perception. There are common experience of perception and uncommon experiential perception. First, develop meditative loving kindness to others, compassion to remove their suffering, and to attain Buddhahood by generating bodhicitta. First two has already covered yesterday. Today is meditation on bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of other sentient beings. This has three parts. Generally speaking, bodhicitta is extremely important in Mahayana teachings. It is the very pillar or backbone, it's the life force of Mahayana teachings. It's the quintessence of Mahayana teachings. It's a root of Mahayana teachings. Bodhicitta is a root of Mahayana teachings. Sakya Pandita said in the classification code, 3 codes of conduct, in the Paramita Yana, there is no teaching that is other than the generation of altruism. Perfection of vehicle of Mahayana. All forms of Mahayana practice is essentially rooted in the generation of bodhicitta. Generation of bodhicitta must be with the Mahayana teaching. If there lacks of bodhicitta, then it is not Mahayana practice. If there is, where there is existence of bodhicitta, then it's necessary Mahayana practice. If without generally bodhicitta, one could not embark on the path of the Mahayana teachings or practices. Without generating bodhicitta, one cannot really stay firm on the path. Without generating bodhicitta, you can't develop any result of Mahayana practice. It's impossible. What we discussed above on compassion to remove sufferings of others, it's the beginning or middle and conclusion. You need to develop bodhicitta, just like compassion. At the beginning, middle, and conclusion, compassion, bodhicitta are indispensable. When we say bodhi or enlightenment, that refers to perfect enlightenment, samyak sambuddha. When we say changchup in Tibetan, with bodhi means perfect enlightenment. Having abandoned all faults is chang. Chup means accomplish all the qualities, knowledge, wisdom, and power. So word changchup means eradication of faults, accomplishment of all qualities. There are 3 types of Buddhas, the Shravakas, Apartika Buddha, and the Samyak Sambuddha Buddha. There are 3 Buddhas, small, medium, and superior Buddha. Here it refers to the Samyak Sambuddha. When it refers to Sam, or the mind is the mind of thought, our intent. We need to arouse our own intent to generate a will, a determination to attain the perfect fruit of the Buddhahood. The thought of the enlightenment of bodhicitta is generally why we need to cultivate it. There are many reasons. The space has no limit, and so a number of sentient beings are limitless. All limitless sentient beings, as mentioned before, are on. There are not a single one who has not been our parents. Each and every lifetime, like this present mother and parents have rendered everything, gave everything they have, protect us from all dangers. The kindness of each of them is unthinkably great. So therefore, all kind-hearted parents from many lifetimes all wish to have happiness, free from. But due to the delusion and ignorance, they are completely indulged in suffering. Some are engaged in creating negative actions, severe negative actions, be they thoughts, words, and deeds. Yet they are totally chained by this habitual addiction. They are unable to achieve happiness and cause of happiness because they are jeopardized by their own addiction to wrong actions. They are not able to create the causes of happiness. So they need to be freed from suffering and established on happiness. We ourselves as individuals, due to the sway of karma and affliction, we do not have all the ability to establish them happiness, freedom from suffering. Do we have any power or ability, although we wish them to do so? Let alone us, not even the Brahma or Indra, the so-called God, have any ability to do that. Even the Shravakas, Prataka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, they do not really can ability to remove anyone from suffering, a cause of happiness. Who has the power? So the one who has totally exhausted all faults, accomplished all the qualities, the perfectly enlightened Buddha has the only power to enable us to do that. Therefore, we too should develop the strong intention to develop wish to attain that state of perfect Buddhahood. So we need to generate the thought. We have to concentrate the thought of wanting to attain enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. That has to be our focus. In Bodhisattva's way of life says, if sentient beings and I are alike, they're both wishing to have happiness, do not want suffering, there's no difference. So how could I possibly disregard the well-being of others while thinking, prioritizing benefit myself? Just as oneself wishes to happiness, and so do all other sentient beings do the same. So therefore, collectively we must have one aim and objective, that is to have happiness, to be free from suffering. So in order to achieve, we have to make effort. Nobody will make this effort for us. If we do this for our own purposes, it will not yield benefit. So just as everyone wishes happiness and do not want suffering like we are, so we must project and aim and concentrate, focus to cherish for the well-being of others as our main focus. Because our other sentient beings having been my mother, to repay their kindness gives us the greatest purpose and significance to attain Buddhahood for the sake of them on top of that. Generation of bodhicitta, when you going to receive the bodhisattva vow, oneself and all sentient, for the sake of all, one need to make a promise, one need to make a vow. Once you make a firm pledge to benefit sentient beings, then we need to continue and not just take up bodhisattva vows, but we need to actualize, as stated in the bodhisattva vow. It is said that it is stated in bodhisattva vow. Why should one make a promise? If whatever is promise one made, then any little vow one has made, one needs to dedicate. Just like a person get admitted into army, he have to make a promise to be loyal to the government, or they have to make a promise to even though they have made admission into army, they can withdraw one day. But those who have checked carefully the importance of generating bodhicitta, the bodhisattvas have not have recommended to withdraw from such intention. If one has prepared and taken the vow, then one should not delay, procrastinate, or put it off. It cannot be put off. We should not procrastinate, or we could not delay. One could not stop and do something else instead. Whereas a person admitting into army, maybe they are allowed to withdraw. With the bodhicitta, cannot be withdrawn. It should be sustained. Therefore, one must cherish it, to keep it on the guard and maintain it until the benefit, the ultimate result is yield. So therefore we need to think of the benefit of other sentient beings. Whatever words, deeds, thought we do, we should see, is this really aimed for the benefit of sentient beings or otherwise? Generally we all may know bodhicitta is extremely important. Maybe all of us here know, because you are here for a reason, aren't you? You know it's very important. We all believe in it. We know that we will promise it to practice. I, for one, too. I know this very certain. Even though we know this, but each day we are not able to keep bodhicitta every day. Like I cannot practice bodhicitta every day. Due to ignorance and confusion, we get deluded and distracted. However, each morning when we get up, we do not forget to wash our face and brush our teeth in the morning. But we cannot generate bodhicitta each morning instead. When every morning, whether brushing your teeth in the morning is important or generating bodhicitta in the morning is important. So we must prioritize generating bodhicitta every morning is more important than just keeping your body hygienically clean, such as brushing teeth and washing face, spending time in the bathroom. So generating bodhicitta is washing your teeth and other body is relatively necessary. But we know that we have to generate bodhicitta. We know it, but we can brush teeth. We habitually do that every day, but we haven't developed the habitual pattern. So therefore, we need to reverse this behavior. We have to change our behavior. It's a time for change. It's too late. It's never too late, even though it's quite late, but never too late to take up this new conduct, to meditate bodhicitta. More important to wash our mind with bodhicitta than wash our face with water. We should generate bodhicitta. You should think again and again. Make your preparation. Prepare your mind. Plan your mind to do this. Have a thing to do list, among which to generate bodhicitta comes on the top of the list. Then you are genuinely practicing. We all agree this, don't we? I'm sure nodding your head when I'm speaking like this, but you got to do it. You got to take up. You got to make it habit. You got to make a thing to do list. Just lip service, saying bodhicitta, knowing what bodhicitta is, and so on. That's not enough. This has to be meaningful bodhicitta. Definitely, again and again, we need to reiterate and make our mind to become with the bodhicitta. We should not part from bodhicitta. Without generating bodhicitta, you cannot practice any bodhisattvic practice, Mahayana teaching. Even though text is, tradition is, but that doesn't mean they are Mahayana because you lack bodhicitta. So if we do not take up the non-forgetfulness of generating bodhicitta, then how could the Mahayana practice persist? Therefore, it's very important to meditate on bodhicitta again and again. By thinking again and again, one should learn to apply them into action. This is very important. For example, as for myself, I am not able to do bodhicitta I know it's very, very important to do the application. It's extremely hard. So it is our duty today to consider that it's a timely reminder for all of us at this important occasion that we should all rally to develop a strong resolution to generate bodhicitta again and again. I like to request all of you to strive your diligence to practice this. Thank you. Some people may think, I'm not a bodhisattva. I'm no way to become bodhisattvas. Think carefully, if you have bodhicitta, you are necessarily a bodhisattva. I'm a Mahayanist, I'm a Buddhist, I'm Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhist, but I'm not a bodhisattva. If it's improper to think like that, it's putting yourself down. We are Buddhists following Vajrayana. Vajrayana is part of Mahayana. And as a Mahayanist, we have to have bodhicitta as the core of the practice. If we have the bodhisattva vow, then bodhisattva name bodhisattva can be given too. Some people may think, sometimes they try to praise the guru, that my gurus are bodhisattva. But when they think dharmically, teacher is bodhisattva, it's not really true praise to the guru. We all Mahayanis are equally bodhisattvas. From the moment you take the bodhisattva vow, you're all bodhisattvas. To say the guru is bodhisattva as one is making a praising to him, it's a hollow praise. It's not a praise. It's opposite. Bodhisattva is someone who has a bodhisattva vow. Bodhisattva vow. It is said one who instantly have given rise to bodhicitta will be instantly freed from samsara. We will receive the name as the child of the bodhisattva. So your name will change into child of the bodhisattva, children of bodhisattva. From the moment you give rise to, you become worthy of being prostrated by gods and demigods and humans. We are all worthy of receiving veneration from others once we have cherished the bodhisattva vows. So bodhicitta is very, very important. So in order to do this, there are three. Doing meditation, aspiration bodhicitta by cherishing to attain for the sake of others. Doing meditation, engaging bodhicitta to train on the path of attain the fruit. Doing meditation on ultimate bodhicitta, the unity of karma body meditation, especially inside. First is meditation on aspiration of bodhicitta by cherishing to attain result for the sake of others. If by doing meditation, loving kind of compassion, as explained, has enabled to cultivate genuine thought in wishing to attain all sentient beings to be met with happiness, cause of happiness, and be parted from suffering, cause of suffering, it is indeed essential to accomplish this. However, if we have genuine loving kindness, compassion that is immeasurable, not just a lip service, but genuine loving kindness, compassion, with a strong sense of feeling and empathy, we need to generate these two first. If all sentient beings become free from, have met with happiness, cause of happiness, free from suffering and a cause of suffering, if we need to do this, we do not have the capacity right now to do any of the above. Who has the power to accomplish this? Fully enlightened Buddha only possesses this power. For instance, if you do not know how to swim, you can't rescue anyone. You will drown yourself. How could someone who cannot swim and drowning in the water will expect to rescue anybody else? So we are not in a position to rescue anyone. When we cannot rescue ourselves, let alone cannot possibly do anything to help others, so we will make everyone to submerge into the ocean. Therefore, when all sentient beings submerge into samsara's ocean, cannot save anyone, each other. So we shouldn't think that we have some power to do that. So only achieving the state of Buddhahood can, if one words of the Buddha Dharma, single rays of light radiate from their heart, can relieve the suffering and make people to realize the way. Therefore, I must attain the Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. For the sake of all sentient beings who have been my mother, I'll first steer all sentient beings to attain Buddhahood. How wonderful it will be if they attain Buddhahood. I'll make sure that they do achieve ultimate Buddhahood. First, make a determination. Secondly, make a prayer. Thirdly, make the supplication to the Guru. This is the wishing bodhicitta, aspirational bodhicitta. Before receiving the bodhisattva vows, one should have the aspirational bodhicitta. That's a mere aspiring. Before taking the bodhisattva vows, this wish you have is called mere wish. Mere wish and actual aspirational bodhicitta are two different when you have made a vow to have that aspiration. So from the moment you take the wishing bodhicitta, then the wishing bodhicitta has been received. Merely wishing to attain enlightenment for the benefit of others without having taken a vow is a mere wish. The mere wish should be transformed into vow to wish to benefit others. Prior to attaining Buddhahood, or prior to attaining or receiving the bodhisattva vows, so it's a mere wish. It's not aspirational bodhicitta itself, just yet. Likewise, engaging bodhicitta too, there's a mere engaging bodhicitta and actual applied engaging bodhicitta. These two distinctions should be made. As a Mahayanist, we should have mere faith. Belief in Mahayana is not sufficient. Mere faith is not sufficient. Merely being born among a family of Mahayanists will not do. In order to become genuine Mahayanist, one has to take up the vow of Bodhisattva, and one needs to cultivate and one has to receive through the proper, accurate, prescribed ritual and ceremony. There is a relative bodhicitta and ultimate bodhicitta. Both of these are solemnized by the bodhisattva vows. Wishing bodhicitta, generally speaking, having received the bodhisattva vows, the benefit of enormous. If there is a physical, material form of the benefit of receiving bodhisattva, the world would be too small to accommodate the merit of receiving bodhicitta. If the bodhisattva vow can be materialized in any physical form, even the whole universe will be too small to accommodate it. The whole universe will be too small to accommodate the merit of bodhicitta. So benefit of bodhicitta, the sky will be too small, so it says. The inconceivable, immeasurable benefit is said to be receiving of bodhisattva vows. If one generates bodhicitta, is said in the bodhisattva way of life, rejoicing others, rejoicing, making others rejoice, thinking, rejoicing that I have become a child of the Buddhas. As soon as giving rise to bodhicitta, we have become the child of Buddha. So we have delightfully become joyously as a child and scion of the Buddhas. We have been reborn indeed with a meaningful outcome, become meaningful effort and meaningful accomplishment with the endeavor. It's stated in the same text, Bodhisattva. Just like the gold transforming elixir transform all base metals to gold, whatever you do once you generate bodhicitta, everything becomes incredibly magnified as a blessed activities of the bodhisattva. our body transforms into the body of the Bodhisattva. So one who's going to firmly uphold the Bodhisattva vows will be the very captain who will steer the vessel and guard and take all sentient beings, ferry all to the other shore of samsara. Bodhisattva vow can be classified in different ways. There are many types. One way of classifying ultimate bodhicitta, relative bodhicitta. Ultimate bodhicitta is mainly arise through meditation, not through ritual. Cannot be received even from the guru or through ritual. But relative bodhicitta can be received from the guru and from the use of correct, solemnized rituals and ceremony. So this is the distinction of how relative and ultimate bodhicitta are received. The engaging bodhicitta goes, I shall practice the purpose of attaining enlightenment for the sake of others. Thinking thus, one should do the meditation in terms of how to engage on the path. Wishing refers to is the will to attain enlightenment, the determination. The wish to desire to attain enlightenment doesn't bring us the enlightenment. The example of this is illustrated by Shantideva gives the same text. So it's just like wishing to go and actual act of going. If you want to go to the 4 holy sites of the Buddha, you first make a wish to go, and the engaging bodhicitta is actual act of going, engaging and actual traveling, going to the places, holy sites, 1, 2, 3 in sequence and reaching there. That's the actual act of engaging bodhicitta, distinct from the mere wish and planning to go. 4 holy sites of Buddhism is very important to go to. And when you have a strong wish to go, merely wishing to go doesn't make you to get there, does it? But only after following the wish to go, and when you take the action, necessary preparation, make all the necessary preparations, and if you engage in the actual act of going, then the going and wishing to go are two different. Then you actually reach the places, you reach the destination of holy sites, and the merit and good merit are all accumulated as a result of getting there. Likewise, with wishing to attain Buddhahood for all the sentient beings merely does not attain Buddhahood. The attainment of Buddhahood cannot be achieved from no cause, or either no cause or mistaken cause. It should be, or it cannot attain by an incomplete cause, like the Shravaka. It should be complete, unmistaken, correct Mahayana path are the correct and complete causes of attaining Buddhahood is the Mahayana path. Therefore, to attain Buddhahood, aiming to attain the perfect Buddhahood, one needs to engage on the path, one needs to embark on the path, one needs to set the journey on the path. Whatever one do during the practice and in between sessions, thinking as this task is for the benefit of others. Whatever peace there is in the world, they have come from cherishing others. Whatever suffering there are in the world, they have come from cherishing oneself. It needs to say more. The child cherishes himself, Buddha do not do them for others. See the difference between these two. This says, if one wishes to benefit others, the very thought is cause of happiness. The cause of happiness is wish to do good to others. The cause of suffering is thinking for one's own happiness, thinking of me first. Always thinking of me is the cause of suffering. It's saying it is the cause of suffering, the selfishness. What is there need to say? Look at the difference between the childish and the Buddha. I need not to say much, so says Shantideva. You can easily tell the difference between the childish and the enlightened. One does for selfish things, and other for the benefit of others. Cause of suffering is selfishness, and the cause of enlightenment is cherishing others. The difference are pretty obvious. If one selfishly thinks just for oneself, it's considered, some people may think he's able, he's successful, but that's not real successful. In the future, it will bring many sufferings, untold suffering. You cannot say you are doing any good, will it? Because in the future, you will only bring more suffering to you than any iota of happiness. So the people who are thinking become successful this life is really objects of pity and compassion. They're completely ignoring spiritual practices, Dharma. The one who practices Dharma for the benefit of others may not look very successful, but they are actually objects of admiration and inspiration because they are seeking to do this for the benefit of all sentient beings. This is a real successful person who prioritizes the well-being of others. One who is successful materially, financially, is not considered success at all. If one really want to make one's life meaningful, to do good, to practice Dharma, have a kind heart, and do the generation of bodhicitta, then that is a person, that is a real able, this is a real meaningful, successful person. It's not like ordinary task. It's not your food and clothing, just house or property. That is the person who is able to do that is the truly successful person. So one needs to now meditate on the equality of oneself and others and learn to exchange oneself and others and do the training in that. It says in the Bodhisattva way of life, first strive to do the meditation on the equality of oneself and others. As peace and sufferings are equal, as all should be guarded as they are one's own. Just as they do not want suffering, just as they want happiness, so it's the same. It's just no difference. Just as we want happiness, do not suffering, they also do the same. So therefore try to equalize that they are in the same boat, so to speak. All of us have same intention, same objectives. Furthermore, as a human being, we have body looks same. We all look same, don't we? One face, two eyes, nose, hands, biped, all look very similar. So we have many similarities. We should think of all the things that are similar to us, not just physically, also emotionally. If you can think of the sameness of oneself and others, then one will naturally develop loving kindness to oneself because we naturally feel loving towards others. And we were able to suppress and destroy wrong conceptions like ill will, resentment, negativities, and we were able to resort the remedy. There are two types of remedy. There are two types of remedy for anger. Loving kindness and compassion can suppress them, suppress the anger by loving kindness and compassion. Whereas by meditating on the emptiness, you'll be able to uproot the whole affliction. So these two levels of remedy, one just suppressing, other totally uprooting. Generating loving kindness and compassion simply suppresses them, do not allow them to revolt, rebel, so to speak, but rather it only suppresses. By meditating on the selflessness, we totally uproot it. So these are the two types of remedies, suppression and eradication. There are things that are similar and dissimilarities. What are the things that are similar between each of us? Appearance the same. We are being human. We got many things that are similarities as human beings. If we think about the sameness all, then the wholesome virtues will naturally give rise. We are able to create the causes and conditions to give rise to wholesome thoughts. If you think about dissimilarities, on the other hand, then it increases, more afflictions, all worldly dharmas erupt. They all become proliferated by thinking we are different, I'm not him, why is he, and so on. So therefore, this similarity and dissimilarities, the more we think about the former, the similarities, we will develop the affinity, closeness, bond, and friendship with other sentient beings. We will naturally develop loving kindness to them, compassion to them, generate bodhicitta also. So all the benefit of being able to do those three meditations happens if we use the similarity technique more often than the dissimilarity method. Out of the 6 rounds of sentient beings, we are mainly all human beings. We are all in human beings equal. The equality of all being human beings has a great benefit indeed. When loving kindness, compassion is not just to human beings, remember? It is first we have to can meditate on loving kindness and compassion to human beings, start with, then we should be naturally extended to other sentient beings. Loving kindness and compassion should be generated to all 6 round sentient beings, including those in the Pardo being, without any attachment to some, aversion to another, negligence to other. We should practice loving kindness, compassion, without any lip service, without any discrimination, wholeheartedly. We should practice loving kindness and bodhicitta. We should train the mind. Lord Jong means train your mind. We have to tame the mind. We should make it supple and pliant, that is rigid and stiff. It's said, the Buddha said, taming one's own mind is the teachings of Buddha. Drop non-virtues, adopt the good virtue. Taming one's mind is the teachings of the Buddha. Teachings of the Buddha is what we all have to hold together. It is the mental continuum that does these things. In our mind is the teachings of the Buddha. That is the doctrine, teachings of the Buddha, Dempa or Shasana. Just as we wish to have happiness, others also wish happiness. Since all sentient beings cherish happiness and peace, just as I cherish peace, from now onwards I should accomplish peace and happiness and the cause of all sentient beings. Since all sentient beings, just as I wish to be free from suffering, cause of suffering, from now onwards I should pacify their suffering and cause of suffering of all sentient beings. How happy it would be if this were to be realized. Generally speaking, the concept of friends and foe is a worldly concept. Dharmically speaking, when we practice Dharma, there is no real foe, no enemy. The enemy is due to one's own enmity. We have to develop loving kindness to the enemy. We shouldn't discriminate foe and friend. All are equal, deserving object of loving kindness and deserving object of compassion. We should expand that thought, try to make it as vast as possible, not just for human beings, to all sentient beings, without exception, anyone, without any sense of near and far distinction. So one should develop a genuine wish to realize this equality towards all sentient beings. This uncontrived, not sullied or not fabricated, merely a pseudo kind of external form being shaven or robed, but deep in your heart one needs to develop uncontrived thought. This thought and action one should be able to do. One will be able to benefit others. Nagarjuna says, all the action performed for others are powerless. One should always cultivate that thought. Those who cherish this thought, it will ultimately become a reality. Right now, the act of doing for others may not seem very powerful at the moment, even though it looks very powerless. The very thought that we have this will boost you up, give you power and courage like no other. You have to wait until you do it. Then you will see what it means. We need to experience, cultivate, until this happens. When we practice the Dharma, it's a mental practice. We need to change the thought. We just need to upgrade the thought. We should boost the ability for the mind to go to the new level of its ability that we haven't quite cherished. Next is exchanging self with others. Bodhisattva way of life says those who wish to cherish, swiftly protect both oneself and others should engage to the secret conduct, that is to exchange self with others. One should think of one's mother as an object of this thought and remember her. Think of one's mother and one's as object of your thought. Then, just as yesterday is talking about loving kindness, compassion, you should think of her kindness. Remember the kindness of giving you the life, the body, teaching you what to adopt and drop, bad, and having taught you everything you know. All of those you should thought exactly as explained before. Then one should think, what are the harm that my mother is facing? She's primarily harmed by suffering that she encounters. But indirectly she is harmed by her own actions, afflictions, which are the cause of suffering. I must take them on myself. Then imagine one's mother sitting in front and say to yourself, whether she's alive or deceased, it's never too late to imagine her right in front of you, and then you should clearly bring her presence in your mind until you bring the emotion of rebonding with her. May all sufferings of my kind mother and their causes, which are all the unwholesome actions, be ripened upon me. One should say these. One should verbally learn to say these and do them. Should say them, think of them, do them. May all the sufferings, one's mental continuum of mother ripen upon me, rush towards oneself like a blackish color of hair is shaven by a razor blade, which are magnetized and absorbed within one's center, one's own heart. Thus one should intently visualize, imagine that this completely uproots. It not only uproots all sufferings, but it's a ripen upon one's own and destroys demon of self-cherishing that is prowling in her mental continuum. Being able to completely uproot and destroy the demon of self-cherishing that is prowling in her mental continuum. What are the things that will benefit her? She will primarily be helped with peace and happiness, but ultimately she can only be helped by wholesome action. Think what I must give all my peace and happiness to my mother, and then mentally say, then think, may all my happiness, peace, happiness in my mental continuum is ripen in my mother's mental continuum. Think that all your one's own peace and happiness is sent in the form of white light to your mother as sun shining from one's heart. Think that and believe that this not only enables one's mother to temporarily enjoy health and happiness to the body and mind, but she gains perfect condition to increase wholesome action that empower herself to swiftly attain enlightenment. Taking sufferings of others and the causes of suffering, lempa, then like I said, the second is giving one's happiness, cause of happiness. So this tong len, that taking the sufferings, first one try to do this practice with one's mother. Take her suffering and cause of suffering and give her happiness and cause of happiness as you do. Likewise, you integrate that to other sentient beings, other family members as before, like father, siblings, other relatives. Also meditate in the same manner as one's mother, respectively, as far as to the enemy. Thus, one should learn to do this without any discrimination to all sentient beings of six realms, including those in the brother realm. Give away your happiness to them. Imagine you're taking away their sufferings by saying this. So use the visualization of sending their happiness and visualize taking the sufferings of theirs to yourself. This practice of Donglen, taking and sending should be alternated. Including the bardo sentient beings and six realms. If at times one's body experiences pain, mind encounters severe sadness and suffering, learn to think in this way, bring them to the path. It is certain that there are many beings who are encountering more severe suffering and pain, just as I am now. Feel compassion towards them, then thinking of your own sufferings. May all the sufferings ripen upon my body, and so on. May all of their sufferings ripen on mine, since I'm already suffering. With this in mind, have the courage and liberty to take the sufferings of others to oneself. May the physical suffering, mental anxiety, whatever they have, sense of insecurity and fear, and develop compassion to them, and then take the suffering. May all their sufferings ripen upon me, saying thus to the taking of suffering visualization for a long time. May all of peace and happiness be ripened on them, thus send. Thus do meditation as before. In this way you should do the Donglen meditation. In this way you should try to do this in relation to suffering of hot, cold, hell, hunger, of the thirst, hungry ghosts, and so on, to all realms of existence in sequence. One should learn to use the same technique of taking and giving meditation, Donglen, as explained before. Whether it's a friends or foes or strangers, without making any sort of distinction, one should learn to practice Donglen. They all want to have happiness and cause of happiness. Suffering and the cause of suffering is one should take and accept. Then at the end, you should meditate. In the end, you should think there's neither the exchanger, exchanging, object exchange do not really exist in the end. So in this way, and ultimately, neither of these exists at all. An ultimate level and the mode of conduct of reality as it is, in ultimate reality, there's none of this act of exchanging, exchanger, object exchange exists at all. Just as we say that perfection wisdom is unthinkable, indescribable, and transcendental, ultimate, there's nothing to say, no sayer, no one something to say to. All of these are unthinkable, inexpressible. So one needs to seal the practice of seal with the right view. Neither meditator nor object of meditation, no act of meditation itself. We're not talking about nothing as a lack of any nihilistic way. Devoid of four extremes, any contrivances. It is neither existent nor non-existent, neither non-existent nor not existent. So devoid of all these four extremes. It is the mode of reality as it is. In a relatively speaking, in the deluded state of mind, we should develop compassion how sentient beings deluded in the dualistic world for not knowing the reality as it is. So one needs to develop compassion for them lacking this awareness of the ultimate reality. One should do the dedication merit at the end from the meditation on the generation of wishing, engaging, exchanging bodhicitta. If we wish to free sentient beings from suffering and establish on the ultimate enlightenment, we cannot do without attaining Buddhahood. We cannot do anything for the benefit of others until we achieve the Buddhahood ourselves. That's why it is our final aim. For the benefit of all sentient beings, I must attain Buddhahood. These sentient beings means the immeasurable sentient beings. I must attain enlightenment. May I attain this? I will do some story can be related. It is said in the Shanti there was Bodhisattva alive that one sentient being, just merely to cure the headache in one sentient being's mind with the right attitude, has enormous benefit. For example, when somebody has a severe headache, may all sentient beings who have headache like me, may all of headache in the world, I need to relieve them. That kind of wish, ability to have enormous benefit. Instead of worrying your headache, these Buddhist teachings that we are very familiar with, it doesn't mean it's a practice when you're healthy. Even when you are very sick and unwell, you can practice with the right attitudes. May all the headache of sentient beings ripen our mind, even when you have a headache. So even when you're sick and not well, you can take their sufferings on yourself. That becomes a truly moving and effective practice of Dharma. So then amazing amount of merit will accrue from doing that practice. This essential method to practice Dharma, then even sicknesses itself, at the very prime peak of your illness, it becomes a crucial moment to practice the Dharma. Then the practice becomes real practice. At the very moment where it's really painful, you, instead of deterred by the pain, you're motivated by the Buddhist. Then you use the practice of exchanging oneself with others. When you have so much pain, then you become cause. That's why it becomes that even hindrance becomes benefit. It becomes more like a friend, more like a useful tool to progress your practice instead of becoming hindrance. The story of the girl is, in short, if I were to tell this, there's a story. The father was a merchant. He goes to the sea and to get some jewels from the sea. He goes to the island to collect some. Never returned. Then the mother thought, if I tell how father died, then I should conceal the father's profession. If I tell him, my son too will take up his profession. So she didn't really want to reveal her father's profession as a result of doing which he died. She would start telling the child the father did all different profession, and then so each time she tried to tell, the child finally discovered what real profession of her father. Then he hit on his mother's head, and then he wanted to go to the sea to collect jewels. On his way, in short, if we summarize this, some hell being's head was completely churned by a machine. Then he prayed that the machine start drilling his head by his prayer, because of his wish to bring all the sufferings of a headache that everybody has. And the drilling machine came on his head. And then as his head was completely shattered and brain was strewed everywhere, that's because of his heavy karma of having kicked his mother's head. Instantly ripened, but he made the suffering of a headache as a useful way to exchange the suffering of other sentient beings, and he took them on himself. At that time, all other sufferings of sentient beings that exist, he took them, all the suffering in the world. May all the suffering that exists, and may there be never this kind of suffering in the future. This boy, the son of Zhou, she did such a profound prayer and aspiration. he did the practice of exchanging self with others, did the meditation on bodhicitta just like that. That exchanging of self with others, by doing the meditation in this way, he was instantly reborn in the God realm. There is such story as a result of doing the exchanging of suffering and happiness with sentient beings. If each suffering were removed by exchanging self and others, then if one were to use that with all other sentient beings, it reveals that that this practice is very, very profound and very effective. Exchanging self and others. The reason why we meditate has an amazing reason why we should do this. It's got very many benefits and demerits of not doing them. Stated in the Bodhisattva way of life, as fully taught in the Bodhisattva's way of life. Taking up, giving and taking, practice exchange of giving and taking between oneself and others. The benefit of doing and demerit of not doing are all illustrated in Bodhisattva's way of life. In short, exchanging self with others, if we do not exchange self with others, that if we do not do this, there is no blessings or benefit here, let alone in future lives. You could not possibly attain Buddhahood unless one does that, take up that seriously. There is also no happiness in your life. If you have no happiness in this life, it's because you're failing to do the exchanging self with others. How would possibly you can have attained enlightenment in the future? Exchange of self with others, but first one has to meditate on sameness of others. One has to first learn to get used to doing equality of self and others. One should first do the equalizing oneself with others. Once you have become accustomed to the equality of self and others, become very much acquainted with it, then you should take up doing the practice of exchanging self with others. This sequence of this should not be mixed. As stated in Buddhism, it is stated in the Bodhisattva way of life, should one wish seeking one's own happiness, one can only bring one's fall into lower realms. If you change that, if you do that for the sake of others' health and happiness, then that will cause oneself to be reborn in higher realms. Likewise, so just as one do the role reversal of self with others, instead of for one's own, one put the use for others, so benefit will be enormous for the sake of others. So the role reversal is what is really discussed. If one use for oneself, for the other's purpose, then in the future we will have a lot of lasting happiness. If we meditate on exchange self with others, one will attain ultimate enlightenment. If we do not do that, we will continue to stay in samsara, and all our sufferings and heartaches all originate from lack of doing this. So one needs to train in their conduct, how bodhisattvas conduct. That's the third topic. Train in the general conduct of bodhisattva, train the six perfections, ripen oneself, and train in the four persuasive techniques to ripen others. Here let me combine this explanation, how one can best practice the six paramitas and four persuasive techniques. By getting rid of one's self-centeredness, one should say, I'll give away my body, wealth, and all wholesome articles of 3 times for the sake of fulfilling all wishes of sentient beings without any sense of attachment to them. When we refer to self-centeredness, It's always thinking of self, I, one's own selfish purposes. Selfish purpose sometimes looks like you are selfless. Deep down, there's always a hidden agenda that the person appears to be doing for others, but in the real hidden agenda is always self. For instance, even though you look like you're working totally for your children's well-being, for the sake of your children, you are able to do everything, anything. Food, clothes, everything you give to the children, letting oneself not have much choice food or good clothes. People are able to role reverse, which prioritize children's well-being. It looks like you are less selfish. It appears that way. But in reality, if you carefully examine it, it is very self-centered. One is thinking, this because it's my child. For the sake of your child, you can fight against with other people, argue with them. That is self. If it's a genuine selflessness, we will not fight against any others. For the sake of others, you're willing to fight with others, do anything. This shows it's your self-centeredness. Deep down, it's all self-centeredness. Outwardly, one is able to renounce something, sacrifice something for the children. Deep down, it is all self-centered. The demon of self-cherishing is lurking there all the time. For instance, sometimes we say, for my teacher, for my monastery, we are working very hard. We are able to face hardships. You ignore your food, clothing, time, earliness, lateness. You are able to do much work. Merely being able to do this doesn't indicate you lack self-centeredness. One's own monastery, fact it is your guru, fact it is your monastery, fact that it is yours, you are doing so much, aren't you? So the benefit will be jeopardized because it's your monastery, your guru. So your guru and monastery, whatever you do with the wish to benefit others, without self-centeredness, then the benefit will be enormous. Merely being able to external fulfilling the guru and monastery, no sign that we have infinite loving kindness or compassion. No proof that we have genuine bodhicitta. Because you're doing it for your own monastery or your own guru. So it's not just external, physical, verbal activities that look so selfish, so hard-working. Doesn't mean that this bodhicitta is so hard to cultivate. So doing things for the guru and the monastery, all the services you do can be applied with the right bodhicitta motivation. If one applies the bodhicitta with the actual work you do for your guru and the monastery, then you don't have to change the actual mode of the conduct, what you do. But the motivation is being improved and upgraded. Therefore, the size of the thought, whether it's the greatness or smallness of the thought, so the reason of being one's guru and one's mind, one's Mansur Lama, one's guru, one's motivation, this is still, there is that, the ability to do for sake of others. Bodhicitta, uncontrolled bodhicitta, is that much harder to cultivate. Generally doing for the monasteries, shouldn't be do, not just because it's one's monastery. One have a genuine renunciation from samsara, selfishness, and for the benefit of all sainting, bodhicitta, and one's monastery and guru just happen to be the actual, in the meantime, the task-orientated, but ultimate aim is not that. Ultimate aim is for the benefit of all sentient beings. Whether you face hardships, wear poor clothing, and so on, merely facing those outward, merely eating a meager food, and doesn't mean that you have bodhicitta. But most importantly, genuine bodhicitta has to be renunciation of selfishness. One should apply the correct conduct of bodhisattva unfailingly. May there be food for those who need food. May there be drink for those who need drink. May there be inexhaustible wealth of the riches for those who are destitute. May there be nurses and care for the sick. May there be spiritual friends for those who seek to practice Dharma. May there be boats and ships for those who need to travel across the ocean. May there be a guide for the driver, for those who are embarking on the journey. May there be a protector for the unprotected. May there be refuge for those who are seeking asylum. May there be rescue for those who are stranded. In short, as imagined and prayed, whatever the specific needs of sentient beings, all those material objects gather and pile up in inexhaustible supply in front of them, and then think as follows. Just as victorious one, their successor practice generosity by giving away material possession for the sake of fulfilling the great needs for oneself others, observe self-discipline by abstaining action that cause harm for others, practice patience and not being agitated by harm caused by others, having joyous effort and being delighted in performing wholesome action, doing meditative concentration with one-pointed attention to the wholesome practices, realize the wisdom of discriminating awareness to discern the nature of reality which constitutes perfection. Now, when we refer to the word perfection or paramita, it's going to travel across the other shore of samsara. It's called paramita, or sixth perfection, to reaching the other shore. Thus practicing generosity, observing self-discipline, observe patience, not being agitated by harm caused by others, physically, verbally, mentally, never agitated by others. Even if people speak harsh to you, about you, instead of being agitated, staying very unagitated, being patient, and having joyous effort and practicing in that. When you practice, you have to do joyously, delightfully. One shouldn't make it like a big stress. Without having joy and delight in doing practice, as if you're forced by other people, that's not going to be a genuine practice Dharma. So you have to have a joyous effort, being delighted in doing the wholesome action. You have to have joy to do the virtue. Doing virtue means one's own initiative. It should not come from persuasion by others. One should take up and have delightful joy to take up the effort. Instead, it is said the root of the virtue is your motivation, your very intention. You have the determination, your wish, your determination, then doing actual act of doing virtue, joyous effort. Joyfully, delightfully do the activities Dharma for oneself and others, because they are cause of happiness and gaining liberation. There's no wonder why you have to be so delighted and joyful to do what you're doing, because you know what it constitutes to do what you're doing. That is joyous effort, or Vriya Paramita. Engaging, doing something strenuously without any joy is not joyous effort, not Virya Paramita, is it? Therefore, one needs to have delightful joy in doing the things wholeheartedly. Doing meditative concentration with one-pointed attention to do wholesome actions is the Dhyana Paramita. Realize wisdom of discriminating awareness to discern the nature of reality which constitutes perfection. Out of the six, the most important one is the last, the wisdom. In the Bodhisattva Vela said, all of these attributes or branches have taught by the Buddha for the sake of wisdom. And without discriminating awareness, likewise in the Chatushataka, and both beginning, middle, and the end, wisdom is like the eye. If one has no wisdom, it's a blind. All the other five perfection are no real perfection without the wisdom eye. So the wisdom is like the eye. If the wisdom doesn't accompany with the other five, they are blind activities. they will not receive the paramitas at all. You can't have dana paramita. Without wisdom, there is no dana paramita or shanti paramita and so on. So the wisdom is most crucial. To take oneself to the other shore of samsara, you need the eye of wisdom to reach the shore. All the other first 5 attributes do not constitute paramita at all by themselves. So that's why the first 5 are the methods. The 6th is the wisdom. These 2 components has to be combined and unified. Sometimes, however, in relation to the ordinary sentient beings, it's said that sometimes it's praised that there is no cause for attaining liberation, like the practice of moral conduct, for instance. Even though they emphasize like that at times, the most thing that's important still is the wisdom. Each of them can be emphasized like that when each of them are highlighted, but overall, the wisdom is the supremmost important. Then is to persuasive method to ripen other sentient beings. There are 4 practices. Practicing generous to attract followers for the sake of the teachings, and giving teachings, use pleasant language, please others, tailor the teaching for their benefit and aptitude, skillfully engage in concordant conduct, practice dharma. First is generous, second pleasant language, third is engage in concordant conduct to practice the dharma. By speaking kind words, you should delight other people to attract to the dharma. So you attract them by giving generously, that attracts people. Then speak kind words with lots of courtesy and respect. Then third is you actually make them to do the practice. Just as you make others to do, oneself also engage with them, participate wholeheartedly. These are the 4 persuasive methods to attract others into Dharma. So in this way, I too will ripen, and you will also ripen others in the 4 persuasive technique to ripen others, providing considerable benefit and peace to all sentient beings. So these 10 parameters consist of the 6 parameters followed by the 4 persuasive techniques. Having received teaching on the topic and theory, then one should do the meditation. First take refuge, generate bodhicitta, supplicate the gurus, and then meditate on the meditation of equality of oneself and others. Then meditate on just like on top of previous topics of loving kindness and compassion. Wishing to free them from suffering and the cause of suffering, wishing to happiness, the cause of happiness. There's nobody have this power to do. I must therefore must achieve state of Buddhahood. How wonderful it will be if I can attain the enlightenment. I must make them to establish on the state of ultimate enlightenment. With that such strong will, determination, prayer and supplication to achieve Buddhahood, one should by training oneself to do the wishing bodhicitta and engaging bodhicitta, one may this help other sentient beings. Generating wish and engage, wishing to exchange, meditation of equality of self. Just as sentient beings want happiness, they too want happiness. Therefore, from now on, may they have happiness, cause of happiness. This is my duty to do. May I wish to have happiness, all sentient beings do the same. So just as I do not want suffering, so is the same case of the sentient beings. May they be free from suffering, cause of suffering. You should think about that, meditate on that for a long period of time. Try to delight yourself. Wonder how wonderful it will be if I'm able to do that. So with this in mind, generally speaking, have to practice the exchanging self and others. Once on mother, visualize her in front of you. Think of her kindness, repay her kindness, like loving kindness and compassion as before. So this is same as before. So what will harm this mother sentient being? She suffered because of karma and affliction. She should be free from suffering cause of. I will need to take her suffering, cause of her sufferings. May the suffering of mother sentient beings ripen upon me. May all the sufferings mother has ripen upon me. Imagine they all come towards you like you shave your beard. All the sufferings of mother comes towards you and ripen onto yourself. May all the happiness that you have may ripen on her mother. So send a rays of white light radiating from your heart like the sun shining and goes to her. And may mother enjoys the happiness, cause of happiness by the rays of light radiating. May suffering mother sentient beings have happiness, the cause of. Then stay still in meditation, try to think. May all sentient beings suffering ripen on me. May my happiness ripen on them. So try to take sufferings first, give happiness second. Try to do this not only with the mother, but with father, relatives, others, even to people who you think are really arch rival, and try to do that with sentient beings as well as those in the part of those sentient beings. At all times, at times when your big body experiences some pain or suffering, you should think, may this suffering that I have, there are countless sentient beings who have same or severe forms of this kind of suffering. May all of their suffering, whatever they may have, may they ripen on my suffering that I'm already going through. With this in mind, unhesitatingly and courageously take the sufferings of others. Likewise, center your happiness and cause of happiness to send towards other beings. Likewise, think of the suffering of hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals. Do tonglen, exchanging self and others with others suffering in hell, hungry ghosts, animals. Take the suffering, give your happiness to them. Thus, at the end, just meditate on the notion of self who do the exchanger, sentient beings who the object to exchange to. The act of exchanging do not ultimately exist at all. Only on the relative level we have this concept. Only on the relative level, sentient beings are deluded by dualistic conception. They plunge into this dualistic situation. May all of them attain Buddhahood and dedicate their merit. Some stories can, on relation to how bodhisattva conduct can be cultivated, like the daughter of Zahu could be related. To train the conduct of bodhisattvas, train in the bodhisattva conduct 6 perfections and 4 persuasive techniques to ripen others. Thus, by giving up your self-centeredness and give away your body, wealth, and virtue, and take up the well-being of sentient beings, verbally say, I will give away my body, wealth, and wholesome articles for 3 times for the sake of fulfilling all the wishes of sentient beings without any sense of attachment to them. As a result, may there be food for those who need food, drink for those who need drink, inexhaustible wealth for the riches for those who are destitute. There be nurses and carers for the sick, spiritual friend those who lack spiritual friend, boats and ships for those who are stranded, guide and driver for those who embark on a journey, protector for the unprotected, refuge for those who are seeking asylum, rescuer for those who are stranded. In short, as imagined and prayed, whatever specific needs sentient beings, may all the material possession gather and pile of inexhaustible supply in front of them. And thus train and practice generosity, observe self-discipline, practice patience, not being agitated by harm, having joyous effort in being delighted and perform good deeds, doing meditative concentration with one point of attention, and realize wisdom of discriminating awareness to discern one natural reality, constitute 6 perfections. On top of this, you practice 4 persuasive methods by practicing generosity, pleasant speech, and engage in concordant conduct of the Dharma, participate with others, and do this with them, for them. In this way, this 4 persuasive method of bodhisattva engaging in a 4 persuasive technique, one will train oneself to ripen by doing the 6 parameters, train others in the 4 persuasive techniques to ripen others to provide inconceivable benefit and peace to all sentient beings. In order for you to not forget and remember these teachings very clearly, let me revise and recap one more time. Having meditated on loving kindness, compassion, to free from suffering, cause suffering, to happiness and cause happiness, even though one is very keen to do this, we are still powerless to do anything. It's only the fully enlightened one has power to do this. Therefore, I must attain enlightenment. Thus develop strong yearning, wishing to attain Buddhahood for the sake of other sentient beings. Therefore, prepare a strong wish to attain Buddha for the sake of sentient beings. To attain enlightenment and for the benefit of all sentient beings, I must take up the bodhicitta. During the actual practice, in between sessions, one should always incorporate the engaging and wishing bodhicitta with all activities, physical, verbal, and deeds should dedicate to. And you should train in the conduct of the 6 parameters and 6 perfections and every conduct. Just as others wish happiness, they also wish happiness. Just as I do not wish suffering, they also do not want any suffering. May they have happiness, cause of happiness. It is my duty to fulfill their wishes. Just as they do not want any suffering, as I do not want suffering, it is also my duty to do so, so that they be free from suffering and the cause of suffering. Should think this very wholeheartedly until you develop a very genuine intention to do those. Think of your mother in front of you and think of, just like before, wishing to remember her kindness, wish to repair kindness. What are her suffering? What are the causes of her suffering? Her suffering and cause of suffering is self-centeredness and affliction under its sway. She doesn't want suffering, but yet she is constantly indulged in the cause of suffering. May the all suffering and cause of suffering of my mother ripen upon me now. With this in mind, visualize that all her sufferings ripen on me. All your self-grasping and the demon of self-grasping and all the sufferings ripen on you and uproot her suffering. Likewise, you will send happiness, the cause of happiness, whatever you wish. Just send a rays of light shining from oneself. Imagine that she ripened her happiness and cause of happiness, that one, just like sun shining. Imagine you send an amazing loving feeling towards her to the extent of delighting her, making her totally changed by show of your loving kindness. In this way, try to train your mind again and again until you develop a moving experience. Also train by word, may all sentient beings suffering ripen upon me, may all my happiness and the cause of happiness be ripen on them. Likewise, you should apply that with your father, mother, relatives, brothers and siblings and neighbors, all the way to as far as ordinary sentient beings, as well as one's arch-rival enemies, including part of sentient beings. At times, whatever physical suffering or mental anxiety you have, instead of dwelling on them, think that may all the suffering like this that exists in the world, in anyone's body and mind, may they all ripen on me right now. And with such a sense of courage and determination, you should visualize that all of their suffering ripen on you, destroy each and every one of their suffering, cause of suffering. Likewise, you should send happiness, the cause of happiness, to sentient beings. So in this way, you should take the suffering of cold hells, hot hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and destitute, and sad, and lonely, and sick. All of their suffering, you should take on their sufferings and send all the happiness, the cause of happiness and health and light. So in this way, ultimately nothing exists really in mode of reality. Only in relative level, due to the delusion of mind, they are forced to suffer like this, which doesn't exist at all. Thinking thus feel pity for all. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings who are the objects of doing the exchange. This is meditation on the ultimate bodhicitta. That neither exchanger, no exchanging, no object of exchange exists at all in ultimate. Thus, one should learn to train in the conduct and the 6 parameters to ripen oneself, and training the 4 persuasive technique to ripen others. So in this way, try to abandon self-centeredness, give away your body, wealth, and roots for the world, all sentient beings. Verbally say, I'll give away my body, wealth, and all wholesome articles for 3 times for the sake of all fulfilling the wishes of sentient beings, without any sense of attachment to them. As a result of that, food, those who need food get food, drink needs get drink. Index of wealth and riches, they are for those who are destitute, nurses for the carer, spiritual friend for those who need one, boats and ships for those who need travel, guide for and driver for those embarking journey, protector for the unprotected, refuge for those who are seeking asylum, rescuer for those who are stranded. In short, imagine and pray whatever are specific needs sentient beings, all this material gather, pile them in inexhaustible supply in front of them, and visualize, practice generosity, observe self-discipline, practice patience without being agitated and become angry, have joyous effort and delighted in whatever wholesome deeds you engage in, have one point of concentration to do wholesome deeds, have the realized wisdom of discriminating awareness to discern nature of reality which constitutes 6 paramitas, ripen others. Likewise, practice generosity to attract others, use pleasant and courteous language to please others, skillfully engage in concordant contact with others, not letting them do them themselves, and also engage yourself to help others to inspire. In this way, you are training oneself and others all to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. This will greatly benefit, inconceivable benefit to all sentient beings. With this delightful mind, once again, let me recap shortly. You should reflect on the topics carefully with a refuge and supplication, on top of generating loving kindness and compassion, free from happiness, free from suffering, a cause of suffering, develop happiness, a cause of happiness. But we are so helpless to do anything to help others to have happiness or devoid of suffering. Therefore, I must achieve perfect Buddhahood. Without reason, I could do nothing. So therefore, I must achieve Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. Wholeheartedly say, wish the body, generate the wishing bodhicitta. After generating wishing bodhicitta, be resolute to engage in the conduct of bodhisattva. Whatever physical, verbal, and words, deeds, or thoughts you do, try to integrate them, become actual act of bodhisattva's way of life. First meditate on the equality of self and others, then meditate on the exchange of self and others, then meditate on the ultimate meaning of that. Just as they wish happiness, just as I wish happiness, they also wish happiness. Just as they do not want suffering, they do not want suffering. So they are just as equal as me. We are all in the same boat. Therefore, wish to benefit others as equally as oneself, until they become a reality and one can see others in the same boat as oneself. Until such unsullied, uncontrived thoughts develop, try to train in the equality of self with others. Think of your mother in front of you very clearly and try to take yourself her role. Remembering her kindness, remember her kindness, wish to resolve to prepare kindness, what will harm her, what will help her. She's harmed by suffering, she will be helped by happiness, yet she lacks ability to free from suffering, she lacks ability to have happiness, cause happiness, she's completely helpless. May all her suffering ripen on me, may all my happiness ripen on her, may all suffering ripen on me as if shaving the hair, and all ripen unto you, and destroying the demon of self-cherishing. Then send the loving kindness and wish the wishing bodhicitta to her, and the very bright sun shines to her. Then she become completely radiant, liberated, and become very happy and cause of happiness. May peace and happiness in my mind ripen on my mother. May all the sufferings of my mother ripen on me. May my wholesome actions cause my mother to have happiness and peace. So with this in mind, try to develop strong sense of moving experience until once when you have achieved this, may all the sufferings ripen on me, may all my peace, happiness ripen on them. Do this like a mantra or prayer at all times. Likewise, try to apply that with your father, siblings, other relatives, neighbors. Meditate on the same, on the equality, exchanging, or as far as your enemy and other people who are very difficult to do, including part of those sentient beings. If at times your body experiences pain or mind encounters sadness or anxiety, learn to think that way and bring them onto the path. It is certain that there are many beings who are encountering severe suffering just as I am now, and therefore take the suffering upon oneself. May my suffering become useful, exhaust all of their sufferings. May all of their suffering rub on my body. Saying thus, do the taking of suffering visualization for a long time until there is a really moving experience. Likewise, you should then do the sending of all your happiness and peace to be ripen on them. In the end, meditate on nothing exists in the mode of ultimate reality. Does it? But on relative reality, due to the delusion of mind, they are forced to suffer like this, which does not exist at all. Thinking thus, may I attain Buddha for the sake of all sentient, who are the objects of doing the exchange. So some other stories like loving daughter can be exchanged to explain the reason and benefit of doing the exchange of giving and taking between oneself and others, as well as demerit of not doing them as they're fully taught in the Bodhisattva's way of life. Thus learning to get rid of self-cherishing and taking up the cherishing others. May I give away my body wealth, all wholesome articles for 3 times, for the sake of all fulfilling with sentient, without any sense of attachment, by doing the food for those who need food, drink for those who need drink, inexhaustible wealth for those who are destitute, nurses and carers for the sick. Spiritual friend for those who seek spiritual friend, boats and ships for those who are to travel across the ocean, guide and driver for those who are embarking on a journey, protector for the unprotected, refuge for those who are seeking asylum, and rescuer for those who are stranded. In short, imagine that each and every sentient beings receive piled of inexhaustible supply in front of them. Likewise, try to train in the 6 paramita, the conduct of the bodhisattvas, giving away material possession, observing self-discipline, practicing patience without being angry and agitated and short-tempered, having joyous effort and very delightful to do good deeds, having one-pointed meditation to do wholesome practice, having wisdom to discern the nature of reality which constitutes 6 perfection. Likewise, practicing generosity to attract others, using pleasant and courteous language to please others, when teaching others, skillfully engage in concordant conduct, practice Dharma, as well as concordantly engage oneself in the Dharma act so that others can participate, so that one doesn't try to avoid and not try to not participate, but actually try to participate with others. In this way, train in the 6 paramitas to ripen oneself and 4 persuasive techniques to ripen others. In this way, try to do meditation on bodhicitta's enormous merit. So do the dedication, do the appropriate supplication, dedication merits. This will suffice the teaching, guided meditation. May all the suffering ripen on me. May there be happiness and cause of happiness. Try to train oneself in the conduct of bodhisattva. In this way, doing the preparation, refuge, this concludes the topic of today's meditation.
Samde Shara Lana Meso Rala Sanje Jogo Yonzo Ne Londo Yende Nyamra Zendo Cheda Nyamra Mae Kordo Ne Doze Tamze Zoje Shepe Aje Dedo Cheda Leja Ne Shendu Joje Nyamra Zendo Shoje Gaje Dada Nyeje Jendo Nyamalo Mazo Zonyo Kada Kada Debe Rama Benyawa Deda Nyamra Zendo Ode Lame Tuje Jelada Chege Deje Nyege Demba Dage Laza Namra Dabe Duje Drazava Dabje Dobgiro Dembe Namba Bade Zanya Bakare Dode Deje Jada Kolo Gya Konga Gyatso Bazamba Shabye Bema Dashi Dove Alama Cheche Bende Na Yera Wanjo Zeche Zambi Yawa Nyeba Bade Zaya Bedemba Yure Nebe Dashi Rabja Jojo Yawa Damje Soso Jedo Debe Dorje Yave Lode Gonga Sambo Yedemba Yure Nebe Dashi Balde Sakya Trizen Rinpoche Dejo Lende Gyatso Darye Seje Lamde Seje Zendo Dode Dojra Zebe Dashish Maba Jage Lama Yaro Nyerebe Wanja Jera Zambo Dene Zebe Zoge Zonga Temba Laryan Dave Rashi Tobe Gyatso Jaya Sakya Tajo Tome Senge Maro Yega Lambo Lege Goran Zerero Joja Parve Rashi Kanje Shabse Yela Tenzom Ge Chenyang Dode Yave Paye Dorje Shangwa Tsarwa Chege Temba Jojo Geve Rashi Temba Jede Kamso Jamba Dan Temba Nyeve Shendo Zawa Tenze Bala Gende Temba Temba Yure Nebe Dashi Tembe Bajra Lame Shabe Tenze Yego Sade Yana Tembe Jenda Kada Jarwa Temba Yure Nebe Dashi Wage Lama Namje Doje Dalume Gunjo Samje Jena Choso Namje Gyatso Nedo Chesam Cheshen Dobe Tashi Shon Doge Gwenje Gyatso Nejawe Sowa Yeje Narva Gade Bende Banjo Zambo Zonje Bambande Lame Shala Sowande
di chushuwa kenambagi dimi da tini mikshel shamo dindi mambuji pa saashara sugi tandabordo ani dakbo matwege dini mambuji do miksegi dimi mambudura nangi dimi do da zakasigi di dinzori di ngonzogi di lamdegi salda jarsa pa di noris bore di kala shaashwe nima sumshi dosu tadung dindegi dakbo megi dini jido di kenambagi sugi na dimi da dini mikshel da ani shamo dini zakasigi mambuji do 아니 किसी के नंबर ये दिन मायने की दिन है ना भागी दिन जो लम्बे कि साला जैसा बोर्ड ना शायद दिन यानी लेरो चलाने शुए दिन अन्यम तो दिन जिसको तो मुझे दिन लम्बे की दिन कार्य के लता है इधर दिन इंजी में जो सुसरा ने कर दी दासों या वो जारू ची खाएं से मुझे तो नहीं सुनचे तो उस शाबो ता गैस दो और दिन नालो मुतुनिया ले लें कार रंजरांग को और दिन जने यानी गोसों दिन जो क्या के नंबर किसी कार्ड में दिन चिपा ना या अनि कौन नंबर कार्ड दिन चिकरे दिन यहाँ मिक्सी की दासों ये रखे हम दिन को कार्ड इंजी में जी सुसरांग कार्ड दासों या वो जारू चिला शुए
हेलो यहाँ चाहिँ धेरै मान्छेको चाबी हराएको रहेछ चाबी पनि हामीले यहाँ पाएका छौँ टोपी अनि चस्मा यो चाहिँ 2-3 दिन भइसक्यो त्यो लामडेको त्यो नोटिस बोर्डमा सूचना बोर्डमा चाहिँ हामीले राखेका छौँ 2-3 दिन भइसक्यो लिन आएको कोही पनि छैन यदि तपाईहरुको साँचो हराएको छ चस्मा अनि टोपीहरु हराएको छ भने चाहिँ त्यो लामडेको त्यो नोटिस बोर्ड छ नि सूचना बोर्ड हो त्यहाँ राखेको छौँ तपाईहरुले आफ्नो के हो लिएर जान सक्नुहुन्छ अनि तपाईहरुले चाहिँ यो कार्ड जुन यो लामडेको लिनको लागि जुन कार्ड छ त्यो कार्ड चाहिँ तपाईहरु जहिले आउँदाखेरि पनि तपाईहरु लिएर आउनुपर्ने हुन्छ एक दिन छुट्यो भने पनि तपाईहरुलाई चाहिँ गार्डले गेट पालेले चाहिँ आउन दिदैन त्यसकारण यो अझै 1 महिना अझै रहन्छ यो हाम्रो टिचिङ त्यसकारण तपाईहरु जहिले आउनु भयो भने कार्ड चाहिँ लिएर आउनु होला कार्ड भएन भने तपाईहरुलाई दुःख हुन्छ गार्डले रोक्दिन्छ हस् धन्यवाद अनि तपाईहरुलाई एउटा सूचना छ भोलि चाहिँ हाम्रो ओरल ट्रान्समिसन आगम जुन छ त्यो चाहिँ 8 बजे हुन्छ है 8 बजे नै हुन्छ भोलि 8 बजे हुने भएको हुनाले तपाईहरु अलि चाँडो आउनु होला 8:30 बजे होइन 8 बजे भोलि पर्सि 8 बजे हुन्छ ओरल ट्रान्समिसन आगम 8 बजे पाल्नु होला 8 बजे भन्दा अगाडि पाल्नु होला 8 बजे सुरु हुन्छ है
大会报告：明天口传恢复到是早上8点开始，因为今天是要送老法王的缘故呢，延迟了半个小时。那明天会恢复到早上8点来传授口传。大会有捡到了很多的遗失物，像是钥匙、帽子，还是有很多的东西。这些东西呢，我们会放在道果的公告栏上，那附近有一个遗失物的收集处，我们会放到那边，请各位认领。然后，我们现在所拥有的识别证是我们的入场证明，所以请各位妥善保管。门口的警卫，他没有这个识别证的话，不会让我们进来。
Hello, this is a lost and found. If you have lost anything or found anything, let us know. There are some found things that are like keys, glasses, hats, whatnot. They have all been placed on the notice board just in case you have lost some personal articles. They have been sitting there for a couple of days. They're essential, obviously, for those who have lost. Please take a look. That's on the notice board. Maybe it's yours, maybe someone else's. If you also found anything, please bring them attention to the officers and put them on the notice board. And yeah, tomorrow we're starting at 8 o'clock. So that's for tomorrow, and the day after, the oral transmission will start at 8 o'clock. So you have to arrive here a bit earlier as scheduled. Thank you very much. 현장이다.
So we begin by taking refuge and then individual visualization of, and then remembering the dedication part. So based on that, first we have to do the refuge. Rinjin Pel. There was a place called Yung. And at that time there was a great geshe called Sakya Trizen. So he said that there is no peaceful and happiest person than Sakya Pel in this village, because he always make a fervent request, refuge to the Triple Gems. So on the right side, on the right direction, there is no more famous and happiest than Chenyang because he always take refuge with wholeheartedly. So this is the reason why he is the happiest and most successful person in Yalung. So in this way, we should also not feel distracted and with full single-pointedness, always have to focus on the Triple Gems. So all the nuns and monks are said to be in the in the category of followers of the Triple Gems. So we may have very different kind of characteristics. So therefore, one has to be very careful with the conduct, so that people will not lose faith. So once there's a story. There was a woman always going to the temple in day and night, always talk to the sanghas about always talk about the sanghas of the village without unnecessary talks. But one day there was a monk called Gendun who has a habit of stealing. So it is a nature of a society where you can find different kind of people. So therefore, that woman who had full faith on the Triple Gems went to the temple, and she actually, in her house, this monk came and actually steal all the material from home. Now all the villagers replied to that woman, "You always used to praise and have belief on the monks and the sanghas, but now you can see their misconduct." But she replied by saying, "These are humans, but the Dharma is Dharma, so I will not lose faith because these are different things." So in this way, one should always have a fervent and pure faith in the Dharma in that manner. And with this faith, with calm composure of meditative on your seat, without distraction, as said before, assuming the physical conduct and the conduct of our mind, which is very important, must be relaxed. I hope it becomes relaxed, because normally we don't have reflection over the mind. If you are in the New York tallest building in the New York, and you are looking over from the rooftop, you can see all the taxis and cabs, yellow cabs going the right side, different directions, and you feel confused because of this different distraction. So these are the example of the samsara. So therefore, by reflecting on that kind of faults for 1 or 2 months, one has to, for 1 or 2 minutes, wherever you are, even the lay people have to think that the thought that you have should not be discerned whether it's good or bad. One should not feel sensitive towards whether the thought is going to be good or bad. So what I mean is that the mind should be just reflected naturally without any discernment. So we first have to recite together the refuge prayer. Nyambe sanje tamje ke tundo zobe san Nimbola chiki pado le lama tamba namla kyapsu chivu zobe sange chunden den Tambe che namla kyapsu chivu pabe kende namla kyapsu Zobe sange chunden den namla kyapsu chivu tambe che namla Pandya lama dhamma nam lai gyatso jiva zobe sangye chunde de nam lai gyatso jiva dhamma je nam lai gyatso jiva bhambe kende dhamma nam lai gyatso jiva zobe sangye chunde de nam lai gyatso jiva dhamma je nam lai gyatso jiva bhambe kende Take refuge in the glorious root Guru. Take refuge in the place accomplished Buddhas. Take refuge in the holier teachings. Take refuge in the noble assemblies. Palde lama damba lama kyabzo chivo zobe sangye chimde de namla Pabe gende namla kyabzo chivo bande lama damba namla kyabzo chivo zobe sangye chimde de Pabe gende namla kyabzo chivo Kunjo Rinpoche. In the Guru and the three precious gems I bow down and take refuge. May you please place my mind stream. May you please place my mind to turn to Dharma. May you please bless me so that the Dharma progress along the path. May you please bless me so that the confusion of the path is pacified. May you please bless me so that the confusion may endure as wisdom. May you please bless me so that my mind does not generate non-dharmic thoughts for even a single moment. May you please bless my mind to generate uncontrived love, compassion, and bodhicitta. May you please bless my mind to safely attain the omniscient state of Buddhahood. Topara chinge labdo so chusundo chinge Omara chinge labdo so Chinga lanto so tulva ishe so charva chinga nando keche samya nekyawa chinga lanto so samye kevora chinga lanto so Topara chinga lanto so lo chuso topara chinga Omara chinge labdo so Namye kalwa shiva chinge labdo Tulva ishe so charvara chinge labdo so Lama chinge labdo Mekeva chinge labdo so Sangye Bhava Dvara Chinge Labdo So In the stage of actual visualization today, based on the main point, which is normally has a two sections, to clear the doubts and to meditate on those that you have already cleared the doubts. And the first section, which has been already taught by the 42nd Sakya Trizen Rinpoche. So all those taught before, all those words and the meanings, when you think about that, from the time, in the ancient time, in India to Tibet, these words and meaning were transmitted down from Rome Lotsawa to until his lineage. Especially when it comes to rituals and the practical sense, if you generate faith over each of the aspect of the 42nd, these are very important, but so therefore, on my part, it is not really sacred like them. But when you listen to my teachings, and when I'm teaching, my way of teaching should be visualized like two friends talking in the cafes or the tea stalls. Because when I'm teaching, I always don't use those terminologies, because especially keeping in mind the audience having lay people. So all those lay people, when His Holiness is teaching, if you don't understand those religious terminology, you should not worry. If you still kept faith intact when you are listening those terminologies, it will still continue to give you the blessing. So by keeping that in mind, so now today we are talking on the bodhicitta, practice of the bodhisattva, bodhicitta. So all these two lines, we normally, when we take the 4 lines of taking the bodhicitta vows, most of you knows, and these lines are very sacred because all the content of the Bodhisattva Charavatar is said to be included in this 4 line. So therefore, I don't know in which part of the Bodhisattva Charavatar we can find these 4 lines of the content, but the meaning is still there. So therefore, what I know is that the meaning must be meditated. The reason why it is important to meditate is because it is related to yesterday's point of visualization. The compassion and the kindness that we talked yesterday is related to today's point. So these 2 preceding in point, if you kept in your mind or familiar yourself with that, and how to be familiar with that, 2 key points is that we begin by first familiarizing or visualizing the compassion on or the kindness on one's own mother, and begin by first thinking that the mother is the one. Do I really have the power to free the mother from those suffering, temporarily or ultimately? Do I really possess that or not? And I will find that we don't have that power. For instance, even the great Bodhisattva like Shariputra or the Madhgalya Putra, they don't even have this power to protect all the sentient beings. When Buddha was alive, there was a household Pelke and who generate renunciation. But when he was analyzing whether he has the seed of liberation or not, then he realized that he really don't possess that seed of renunciation, so he didn't become a monk. So even the Buddha, for many thousands of years, sorry. So Kimpa Pegi, going back to his previous life, in his previous life, sometimes he's said to be reborn as a pig, or sometimes he's born as a dog. So I'm not really sure about that. So, but he was actually circumambulating around a stupa. So in a way, nobody knows about the seed that these Pelke possess because of the clairvoyance that only Buddha had. But the Buddha saw with his clairvoyant power, and only he was able to keep the vow because he knew that seed he possessed. So if so the power to free your family or your parents is only possessed by the Buddha. So therefore, only Buddha has the power. Therefore, I must strive to become a Buddha for the sake of all sentient beings, freeing them from the temporal and the ultimate suffering, and putting them into the ultimate state of Buddhahood. So in a sequence, these are the way of the sequence of generating that bodhicitta. So but in the preceding part, if one has not accumulated enough merit, it's also difficult to generate bodhicitta. So therefore, so in our mental continuum, when we say it's very important, we always say it's very important from verbally, but we have to mostly think about how the method to generate that bodhicitta instead of just skillfully chattering about the importance. We always make this supplication every day. So if a person who always every day when it's very hot, if he's walking in the very sun, he will feel thirsty. At that point of thirstness, he will not think about meeting a mother or eating a food. He will only think about drinking a water. In the same manner, we have to think that we have to have that kind of aspiration to gain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings, those who have been your mother in the past life. So if that kind of strong, inspired aspiration is generated, then finally there is a possibility of generating this genuine bodhicitta. And that's also a great possibility and a great chance to fulfill that purpose. So therefore, until now we have failed in that path. So therefore, but today we are again finding this new chance and opportunity to generate that bodhicitta from the great teacher. Therefore, which is very difficult to generate because since the beginningless time until now we have been only thinking about selfish thought, and always has been the slave to one's own selfish thought. So we have been habitually brought up like that. So therefore, one has to think in order to generate bodhicitta. Is a terminology where it's generally there might be different interpretation, but in Tibetan, I think it refers to when a person has the privilege to promote himself into the high position, but suddenly at the point he changed his behavior and thought, because of that misuse of the power is called corruption due to my interpretation. And so when you think about that, so the corruption can be very deep and wide. So even in a smaller example, if even a small family, even during the couples, so the couple has to start this bodhicitta from their own small family. It's impossible to go out and talk about bodhicitta. So that couple has to again start by first eradicating that thought of corruption in your mental stream. So corruption in terms of the couples who does misbehave secretly is called corruption. In the couple's life, also in the child and the mother's case, when he's lying, one has to stop lying. If one has to not hide any secret, if that is really gonna create a problem. So because when you hide something that is gonna be a problem, that is also a corruption. And so also when a small mayor or a mayor of a great metropolitan, if they try to take the money out of the government's account or from these people's tax-paying money, if he is not careful about that, that becomes a corruption. So therefore, the whole system, the whole global system is actually moving towards the corruption system. Even the students, even the nations between them, even the many nations or the small students, they always use themselves for their own selfish benefit, not really thinking in an altruistic way. Therefore, in that scenario, we are talking about altruistic bodhicitta and helping others, but it's much more better to look at the animals, because they are actually not corrupted like that. So therefore, if you look at the world, the modern world, it has developed a lot from the superficial level and outer level, but we still thinking have a same habitual pattern of moving to the bandwagon, going to the group of people, thinking that I'm going to receive the bodhicitta just by listening to some advertisement and just because people are moving towards that direction. But that kind of competitive thought or that kind of following a trend is not really beneficial when it comes to receiving this bodhicitta. So therefore, the bodhicitta must be started with their own small family, own small household. And then when you're really genuine and honest within your own couple and own family, and that sincere perception, when it pervades towards the whole world, that's pave way for you to think all the sentient beings about the bodhicitta. So whether you are clever or not, but out of the beneficial thought, if you generate bodhicitta, the benefit of the bodhicitta is all the gods and the demigods and the people will prostrate you because of that bodhicitta you have. And most of the monks know about this aspiration of Maitreya. So the Maitreya, there's a line, the stanza, which respect towards the bodhicitta in the Maitreya prayer, these 4 lines. This bodhicitta, if it is purely generated, you don't need to do you don't need to do chorus, you don't need to offer the morning offerings. With that bodhicitta, you have the power to even eradicate all the suffering beings in the hell realm, even those beings who have the pain of thirsty and the greedy, the starvation. So all those, the hungry ghosts and so forth, all these pains are eradicated just by the power of the generation, cultivation of the bodhicitta. So when one has this bodhicitta, even the worldly richness and the beauty of the body are all naturally, automatically gained as a temporal, without any effort, by generating the bodhicitta. All those worry about the family, the child, and so forth, these are all unending in the worldly system. But when the person understood the meaning of the bodhicitta in reality, you know that there is no suffering at all because there is no birth, there is no cessation. Therefore, there is no such meaning to be, there is cause to be sorrow or to worry. So in the way you are free from worrisome because of that realization. So therefore, we should now first think how to, or the way to generate that kind of important bodhicitta in our mental continuum. So for example, a mother who has spent the whole life, a boy or a girl, who has only one child, whether it's a boy or a girl, but if the child is taken away or fall into the wrong companionship, that mother will have such a pain that maybe you can feel that pain when her single child fall into the wrong companionship. Even a single step she takes will be filled with sorrow. In short, 24 hours she will feel that sorrow, as that fear of how my child is going to survive now. Even in the dream, she will still worry about the child. So that kind of mental power the mother has to be now applied in order to generate that bodhicitta for all sentient beings, just like the mother who generates that thought for 24 hours, whether it's walking or whether you are talking to a person. Whether you are talking about whether you are talking to a person, if you are talking about the bodhicitta, whether you are walking, you are thinking about the bodhicitta. So in this way, all this 24 hours of your life, when it becomes into the nature of bodhicitta, there is a possibility you are generating that genuine bodhicitta. So therefore, that shows how much importance there is to generate the bodhicitta. Otherwise, if you don't take this opportunity of this precious human birth, once you pass away, if you die, you will not get this opportunity. And the previous master, they say that whatever you have done in the past, look at this present body, and how you're going to be reborn in the future. You have to look at this present karmas. So therefore, you want us to analyze whatever you are doing every day. How much beneficial thought for others you have generated per day on an everyday basis. If you analyze that, you will find that you have never been that much a perfect practitioner. So Atisha and Tumdimba, there was a conversation where when he asked to Atisha, how can my action become virtuous? But if you talk only about others, just to show off to other people, that kind of action doesn't become virtuous, but becomes the cause for lower realms. So these are not really noble actions. So in this way, you have ample opportunity and ample reason to think about what to think and what to abandon and what to adopt. So all the previous great masters, group of students, but that teacher only gave the real teaching to one single student. And that doesn't really necessarily means the student has to be famous or rich or something like that. The student has to be the one who has a bodhicitta in his mental stream, is the chosen one. In the ancient time in India, there was a teacher who has a number of students, rich, prince, and also coming from ministerial elite families. So the students came to study there to have a meaningful life. So he had a number of students. After many years of teaching them, when he became old, he wanted to now choose the successor. So he advertised that I want to now replace myself among you. And some are very clever. Some of them who are very brilliant, they thought that I'm the chosen one by themselves in their mind. But the teacher after the half day, after the afternoon, by he organized a competition, a game competition, running on the mud and so forth. And when it was almost dusk, he made a cave from the mud, clay, and this amount of clay he used to sometime put. It has a lot of vajras and stones and so forth. So all the students, when they went inside, all the body were bruised with these these vajras and so forth. So the Lama said that among you, whoever run through that passage of clay and come first to my room will be the chosen one. So all the students, they fight to be the first position. But there was one person who became first, and he has a lot of wound and bruise in his body, and all his clothes were torn. And he used to, even the wounds and the clothes that were filled with blood, he doesn't want to throw it on the road, but kept it in his pocket while he was running. But then because of his that kind thought, he became last in position. So when everyone came in the teacher's place, and he looked and he saw some of them have wounds, some of them have torn clothes. But the person who was first thought he was expecting. But the one who was very kind in the end, he was very shy in the end. And then he asked the student, and he was asking all the students, how do you feel? And do you have a pain? And everyone said, I have a pain, and so forth. Everyone is complaining about the wound. But the last student said that I have no pain, but I was only worried about the vajra that was actually making all these bruises to others. So he was worried that it will be harmful to others. So he was picking up all this harmful object to himself. So that was the reason why he was chosen as his successor, because he was more worried and thinking about others. So in this way, so these are the reasons I thought may open your eyes. So also in the Bodhisattva Charavatara, the precious Bodhisattva Charavatara, when it is said in reference to the engaging bodhicitta, you have to start by first being generous by giving a cup of water. It doesn't necessarily has to be started with the huge object, huge wealth and possession. You always have to start by small things in a sequence, in an orderly manner, day by day. So that training, day by day, if you keep thinking about that bodhicitta, you will become perfected. So there was a story, once in a Rajgir, there was a family. The calf of a buffalo was always the calf was always taken care by the mother of the family, but the calf becomes so big in the end, nobody was able to carry it. But the mother was still trying to carry the calf. Why? Because it became a habit for her. So but the mother was able to carry the calf, even though her sons who were big was not able to carry. So why it happened was it was happened because it was the power of habitual tendency, and it's related to science also. Once you are trained in that mental pattern for more, it becomes very easy for you to accomplish that work. Also in the Ratnavali, the beneficial thought for others should never be abandoned. Who have this position, whoever had this intention of purity, you will never have any difficulty in engaging action putting it into action. that intention into action. So therefore, there is no difficulty if you are really familiar and train yourself again and again in that part. The ultimate bodhicitta, what is the ultimate bodhicitta or the relative bodhicitta? But when we always are very familiar when it comes to thinking and saying, but when it comes to putting into practice, we always have a pause there. For example, you are reciting the bodhicitta, but suddenly you come to the shop and then you are actually making a bargain in the shop, and then when you come back, you are mostly now thinking and talking about bargain and what kind of good bargain you got in the shop instead of and forgetting about the bodhicitta. So example, this, if you have a container that is defiled, you have to clean that. So if you think you yourself is a defiled person, you have to clean it by yourself. So if you don't never put all this teaching into practice, it becomes the same thing, empty vessel making a noise. So if that continues, then no matter how much I teach, it all becomes futile. So please, I request you to think about these key points, even for a few minutes, and make a pledge. Even if there is only one single pledge that you can make with regard to bodhicitta, whether it's about not harming anyone, and so forth, you must do it. All the teachings of the Buddhas, all of these 84,000, the many varied, infinite number of teachings of Buddha are actually included in this point. And the final point is, if you never harm anyone, that is the final teaching of all this infinite number of teachings the Buddha has taught. So if you try to expand that, then it means also a beneficial thought for others, which one has to apply, and that become mediocre kind of. And if one has to become excellent among them, that means knowing the non-duality or the teachings of the equality. So if you are not able to be among those excellent level, at least try to never harm anyone and try to do good for others. So how to do this? We regularly used to say this, patience, endurance is the key to start. If you never has this train or a familiarity to practice the patience, even a single word that somebody said, you will try to react by even beat that person. So that becomes against the teachings. So therefore, when you are harming others, it never becomes a dharma. So in this way, the essence of the dharma is to always help others and abandoning the harmful acts. So when we talk about wisdom, so if the person is able to abandon all the harmful act or stop stealing or stop the harmful thoughts in yourself is actually the meaning of also wisdom. This kind of person are said to be clever and wise. So that kind of person, when he has this kind of wisdom, if he put it into practice, then that kind of person has the ability to spontaneously gain that the liberation or the higher stage, as said in the text. So therefore, this bodhicitta, you receive this from the Lama Rinpoche today. At least when you go back to sleep, at least think about this teaching. Even when you wake up tomorrow, think about the bodhicitta. Think about that, even when you wake up, genuinely from the bottom of the heart. Even if I go up or down, even if I like it or not like it, if there's nothing beyond, no refuge beyond these teachings. So one has to think in that way about the bodhicitta. As said before, whether you're eating, whether you're drinking, whether you're walking or sleeping, always think about the bodhicitta with mindfulness without even breaking for a single second. And that's how we can gain the result. But some might think that it is very difficult to carry this kind of life and it might be a wasteful life for me. So never worry about that kind of thing, because there was a story related to this. In Tibet, in Tsang region, there was a pandemic at one point, and all the neighbors, they were disconnected because the government also made a strict rule not to talk with each other. So at that stage, there was a family with parents and a daughter. So they always rely on the tsamba. They use the tsamba to make the dinner, breakfast, lunch. They only rely on the tsamba. But it was so long, the isolation was so long, the tsamba, they finished the tsamba. So at that time, there was a few amount of meat. So there was no option. Even if the three families, they go to eat that meat, it will not be enough for them. So the father think for a while. He thought that if I go on hunting and find a flesh, it is the only last option. So he said to his wife and daughter that you stay there, I will go out. Don't worry about me, even if I'm not coming tonight, because I'm going for a long hunt and bring something for you. And they both agreed. So the father, when he went out, he took that single amount of meat they have in the house. And the child and the mother felt very sad because the father took whatever there was remaining in the house for himself. So that's really sad. So both of the child and the mother was sad for whole day and night. And they were only thinking about that meat. Well, even if the father was not returning, they were still thinking about the meat. So after a few days, the father came back with a huge load of meat. So the father said that if I haven't took that small amount of meat, I won't have the energy to kill this big flesh. So therefore, I took it to prepare for ourselves, the whole family. So therefore, it is the way how we have to be a little bit thinking in a wider perspective, not to think in a very narrow mind like those child and the mother. So when it comes to the practice of generosity, is giving away without any hint of greediness. Even if you give $1 million away with attachment, it doesn't become a generosity. So the generosity starts with small thing, orderly, stage by stage, and then finally you become a radiant. It became the perfect generosity and so dedication.